articulate, but also crazy. He sounds like he wore his tinfoil hat way too tight. Well, I think there is a landing spot where I probably agree mostly with Dan Kaplis on this issue regarding Tina Peters. And I know what Dick Wadhams and his criticism is there. You don't want to get bogged down into the weeds on issues that don't really affect or matter with the middle-of-the-road voter that you're trying to influence and persuade. Talking about unaffiliated voters in Colorado, most of whom lean left. And you're not going to win on the Tina Peters issue. But then it goes to what is the right thing to do. And I think when you look at the sentencing of Tina Peters, you compare that with Miguel Anderos, the one that was involved in the I-70 wreck, it does not balance. It does not wash at the state level. So commuting the sentence, pardoning her, I think it would make a lot of sense to commute the sentence. And Jared Polis himself might even do that. That remains to be seen. That'll do it for us from here for now. Ryan Schuling with you here on Ryan Schuling Live. Check in tomorrow right here on 630 KL.
Hey Broncos fans, you want tickets to Denver's first home playoff game in a decade? Fix It 24/7, hometown partner of the Denver Broncos, is giving away 2 United Club level tickets for the first home playoff game. How about that? Here's what you do. Book your furnace deep clean or water heater flush for only $39, something your home needs anyway. No purchase necessary. See official rules and free entry method at fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. Go Broncos.
When your house is in trouble, fix it 24/7. We'll be there on the double.
Look, your body's unique, so why settle for a one-size-fits-all wellness plan? That's where Viome comes in. Viome uses advanced science to analyze your gut biome with a simple at-home test, so you know exactly what foods and supplements are right for you, all based on real data from your own body. And you know what? That's science you can trust. Go to Viome.com now and use promo code THRIVE to save $50 on your full body intelligence test. That's Viome.com, promo code THRIVE to save $50.
Between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it really is easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing and then hesitated because you don't want to give up that low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. And unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off that higher interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out if you qualify. So call American Financing today. You tell them Michael Brown sent you. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Love music? Bring it to every room. With Sonos, you can play what you want, all around your home. Discover how easy it is to bring every room to life with incredible sound. Explore Sonos speakers, soundbars, and more at Sonos.com.
Finally, a steel building company you can trust. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. I bought a beautiful 100% American steel building from Great Western. I chose Great Western because they are the manufacturer. Your building comes from their 20-acre facility right here in Colorado. No brokers, no middlemen. Buildings have a lifetime structural warranty and all engineering is done in-house. All sizes and shapes. Check out GreatWesternBuildings.com. That's GreatWesternBuildings.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
We've got a sunny day ahead of some changes. We're going to be in the low 60s today. Plenty of sunshine before snow moves in for Thursday. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Verse.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk podcast.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you ready to hear something that will not only make you feel better, but will actively excite you?
Yes! This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Oh, I'm so excited. KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. This is 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station, an iHeartRadio station. Guaranteed human.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The U.S. has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the Caribbean, one in the North Atlantic, that the White House says were linked to Venezuela. That is, senior administration officials now confirm that oil sales between Venezuela and the U.S. will begin immediately. Here's ABC's Karen Travers.
The Trump administration intends to oversee the sale of Venezuela's oil indefinitely and will lift some sanctions on that country. That's according to 2 sources familiar with the plans. The president announced last night that Venezuela will turn over 30 to 50 million barrels of sanctioned oil. Some sanctions against Venezuela will be rolled back. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said today that the sales done by the U.S. government would be deposited into accounts controlled by the U.S. And from there, those funds can flow back into Venezuela to benefit the people there. But the White House has not yet detailed how exactly that would work. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Nick Reiner expected in court shortly to enter a plea in his parents' murder last month in their Brentwood, California home. This is ABC News. Not satisfied with the results of a police investigation, the family of a Texas college student who died in a fall from a balcony last November is filing a civil lawsuit.
Detectives say they found no evidence that 19-year-old Brianna Aguilera was pushed from the 17th floor balcony of an Austin apartment, and in fact that she had previously spoken of suicide. Tony Busby represents Brianna's family.
It's extremely troubling when you can't count on law enforcement to thoroughly investigate.
He's filed suit against 2 groups that sponsored a pregame tailgate party where Brianna Aguilera, who was not old enough to legally drink, was served alcohol before her fatal fall. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Funeral service was held today in the French Riviera for actress and animal rights activist Brigitte Bardot. At one point, she was one of the most photographed women in the world, and she lived there for years. She will be buried in the strictest privacy, her family says, at a cemetery that overlooks the Mediterranean Sea. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
I spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In 95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In 05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in 09, it was sparks from me, your handy chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Colorado lawmakers getting ready to head back to the state capitol next week. Democrats and Republicans coming to the upcoming session with some common goals, focusing on health care and more affordable housing.
You know, we strongly believe in an economy that really will help hardworking people really flourish, right? Give them opportunity to really thrive.
Democratic House Majority Leader Monica Duran says they will also tackle new energy programs. You may not get a Tabor refund for last year.
Those refunds have been anywhere from about $200 to $800 in recent years, but the supplemental and budget amendment requests submitted by the governor's office don't include Tabor refunds. Governor Polis says the federal One Big Beautiful Bill Act is to blame for budget officials projecting state revenue below the Tabor cap. Tabor estimates were modest this year at $20 to $62 per taxpayer.
Reporter David Kale. I'm Brenda Stewart.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a ride out here. If you're on the turnpike coming out of Broomfield up near the Northwest Parkway, we've had a crash in the express lane. That's to the left.
Tom, I don't want you to think we're worried, but are you there?
270 still running a little slow out of Commerce City, both directions through Vasquez. I-25 southbound coming into downtown is a little slow. I'm noticing eastbound 6 to southbound 25. That ramp is backed up a little bit. Kind of a tough merge, but I-25 is only 10 minutes from downtown to the tech center. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Why haven't you listened to Red Pilled America? I get it. You must have pronouns in your bio. Because if you don't, then you should be listening to Red Pilled America. It's a storytelling show for patriots. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
For plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, think Plumbline Services with quality brands like Carrier. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I use Plumbline in my home. Service professionals, 25 years strong. On a mission of excellence, character, and ethics. Castle Rock to Fort Collins since 1998. Plumbline and Carrier. Turn to the experts. No phone call, no hassles. PlumlineServices.com.
Service at home, service at heart. Plumbline Services.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Venezuela.
They have kidnapped
the illegitimate dictator.
We are not occupying a country. Nicolas Maduro, what happens next? Had his chance. Happens here. He effed around, and he found out.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, how are you doing today? We are solving problems, we hope, taking complaints, trying to sift through everyday life to make your life a little easier. I'm Tom Martino, Major Marc Magers at the mothership. Mark, who do you have there? I see a
John
face.
Fuller Law, our friend, our personal injury attorney expert.
Personal injury and the law in general, but we can talk about accidents if you have any questions for you or loved ones. Anyway, we'll talk about that. We'll go to the phones. An interesting thing happened, Mark. We, as you know, we get directly involved. The only really show that does this gets directly involved in people's everyday life to the extent you want us to. This one woman called and said, I had some deck work done. It sucked. And they're charging me way too much, basically more than 20 grand. And we had the woman on who hired the company. Then the contractor came on. And Mark, do you remember what the contractor said about if we had an inspector go out there?
I remember what he said, but I don't think we actually came to that arrangement because the caller didn't want to go there. But what he said is if we send an expert out there and they say it costs more, she should pay more, but if it costs less, he'll go ahead and charge less.
Now, we did not get a report from Genesis, but we asked that our expert, one of our construction experts, Genesis TotalExteriors.com, by the way. They're great people. They do decks, by the way, painting, siding, windows, everything on the outside of the house. Plus, they basically do all home improvements, including basements and bathrooms and all that. Anyway, I've known Mark for so many years, Mark Szymanski. He said, and he either goes out and inspects jobs for us or he sends an expert. And according to her, I guess Josh from Genesis went out there yesterday, according to her. Now, we have not heard from Genesis yet. But according to her, the job was way overpriced.
Well, let's get Mark on.
Is he here now? Is he ready?
No, he's not up yet, but Kelly will reach out. Let's get him on. I'd like to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Okay. Yes.
Oh, he is up.
Mark Szymanski, Genesis. Are you there, sir?
I am.
Okay. Well, Mark, this woman was really balking at what she was charged on a deck. She said, look, I'm being charged over 20 grand and he's still not done. And I think it is unfair. And
I thought it was 16. Am I off?
No, she's so far 20 grand, Mark. 20 grand billed. Now she paid most of that, but yeah, $20,000. I had it broken down. And she thinks it's unfair. Bottom line, she thinks it's unfair. I'm trying to find the caller here, but anyway, she said she thinks she's being taken advantage of, and he said it was only going to be 6 or 7 grand, whatever. It turns out that you guys went out and looked at it for us. What did you find?
So I personally haven't looked at this. I think
Josh went out there.
I don't know which house we're talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were told. It was a deck, and I think Josh went out. Do you have somebody, Josh, on the staff?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, and I haven't talked to Josh about it yet.
Okay, then we'll just have to do that.
Would you mind talking to Josh for us, Mark, then call us back so we can do the update properly?
Yeah, not a problem.
Anyway, the story is she hired a contractor to fix up a deck that was built, in October, I believe. And she said that he said nothing was done right, and he had to do it all over again. He said it would be $7,500, and then it turned out to be more like $20,000. His first bill was $4,400. Then he billed her $15,600, which she hasn't paid yet. And she thinks the job's only worth $5 grand. And so because Danny, the contractor, insisted he did a great job, he gave her a great value, she said no. We said, let's send out Genesis. That's when we contacted you guys. And Danny said he would basically go by whatever our expert said. I mean, he really said that. He said, look, if your expert says it's not worth the money, tell us what it is worth. And I knew you guys would be fair about it. So anyway, thanks, Mark, for being available on short notice. We will get to that, okay? Let's just do that. 303-713-8255. And let's see. All right. Ken has an issue with Excel Energy. Ken, welcome to the show. What's going on with you? Hello, Ken.
Yes, sir.
What's happening?
Since August, I've been getting a bill, and my electric on it keeps saying 000 kilowatts used. I'm on a meter that they come out and read because I didn't go on the smart meter. I refused to. So they have to come out and read it, which I pay for, okay? And they bill me for that.
Yeah.
But they come out and read it, and they say it's working fine. But I get my bill, and it says 00. So I've called them every month and told them about it because I'm worried they're going to stack up the bill on me and then stick it to me in the end with a ton.
Yeah, but hold on. But it's still going to be what you used. I mean, that happens once in a while. Here's what happens. If they don't get out there and read it, they put it in either as an average or they put it in as 0, and then quarterly sometimes, or even longer than that, they then go in and bill you for actual usage. Again, I know people don't like the idea, but it's not like you're paying more. You're paying the same exact amount. They're not charging you interest or anything on it. So if you mentally put away some money every month, and then when that bill comes, you'll have the money to pay it. Maybe you put away an average budget of some kind for the electric. But I understand your frustration. But Ken, I have a quick question, okay? Why did you choose not to go with a smart meter? Because they're more accurate and they're actually better and you can pay less money. Why did you not go with a smart meter?
Well, my reasoning at the time is because I just didn't want them to be cutting off my electricity at any time that they felt that they need to. I guess they still could.
Right.
But, you know, like when they say, well, this is peak hours and that.
No,
and
I
we're
know.
shutting it
I
down
know.
and stuff like that.
No, I know
But
what you
it's
mean. A lot of
time.
people feel a number of different things. They feel like they're going to spy on them somehow, or they're going to brown out or black out their house. I understand what you're saying, but all of that is hogwash. I mean, truly, everyone should be on a smart meter. Technology in this sense is good, but it doesn't matter. Right now, bottom line is it shows 0. Really, there's nothing you can do about it, Ken. They're not going to come out and read you every month. They're just not going to do it. So what did they say when you complained to them?
Well, I pay for them to come and read it every month.
No, I get it.
And
I get it.
Have come out and they said, yeah, they come out and read it now, but it's in billing.
No, actually,
they tell me, it's a billing problem.
actually, they don't come out and read it every month. But if they tell you they did, fine. I don't care about that. Bottom line is, it's going to catch up with you anyway. What difference does it make?
Well, you know, I guess because, you know, I'm not used to doing business that way. I guess it's a way of doing transactions that they had changed where you was one way and that, but it seems like in a way they're kind of trying to manipulate you and force you into their way of doing things, whether you
well,
like
maybe
it or
so,
not.
but I doubt they put this whole scheme together to come after you, Ken.
Yeah. Ken, in other words, are you saying they're going to charge you more than you should be paying, or that they're trying to force you into a smart meter?
They're trying to force me into a smart meter, and what I'd like to know is how many other people are they doing this to, or am I the only one?
No,
They don't
everyone.
seem to give me an answer.
Ken, everyone.
They never gave me an answer.
Well, I don't think
I've asked them how many.
they don't owe you an answer. Ken, somehow you feel like you got all these rights. It's a utility company. They don't have to tell you about their internal workings. They don't have to tell you how many people they estimate billing or put 0 down and then come back and bill later. Why do they owe you that? They don't owe you an explanation. I mean, Ken, I'm all for helping you, bro. I really am. And I'm serious about that. But what's going on with you is not unusual. You chose not to get a smart meter. They are not sending people out to read. They're estimating 0. Sometimes they do an average billing based on previous years. But in your case, they're putting down 0. Eventually, a charge for your electricity will show up. And
just
it'll
put the money aside.
Yeah, just put the money aside. Ken, again, I don't see a problem here other than an inconvenience. And I understand it bugs the hell out of you. But let's just, I think I'm doing you a service by telling you the truth. They're not going to change their billing. They're not going to change how they do business for you. They're just not. Okay. And that's
true.
You know, and if I were you, Bill, Ken, and I'm serious when I say this, get the smart meter. Get the smart meter. I mean, I understand there are so many people that resist technology and they resist new stuff because...
Yeah, but there's other reasons for not wanting a smart meter.
Give me an idea.
If you charge your car at 2 o'clock in the afternoon like I do, it would cost me a lot more.
There you go.
Okay, well, but it also can save you a ton of money as well. It can. It depends on your habits. That what they're trying to do is they're trying to even out usage and consumption, and the smart meter can keep track of it and charge you according to when you use it. So while Mark says he can pay a premium midday, it's also the opposite. You pay really way less on off-peak.
No, I'd agree with that. What I'm saying, though, is some people might not be able to charge at night because they work all night and their car's not there. There are reasons not to get the smart meter is what I'm saying.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I say.
Yeah, but I think in the long run, in general, it benefits most people. It really does. The electric company wants to even out usage and consumption. What's that? Why do you use most? You use most of your power.
I think the main reason for it too is they can get rid of some of those employees that drive around checking meters. I'm all for that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I wish we could help you more, but we can't. I mean, Ken, they're just not going to change the system. We got full lines. We'll get to everyone. I promise you. We'll speed through these calls. We have our expert on the line as well. Don't forget waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices. I love that $21.95, that whole house filter. It is unbelievable to get rid of forever chemicals and plastics and chlorine and all of the heavy metals. Just $2,195. You'll never find a price lower than that or better. That's waterpros.net. That's just one of many products they have. 303-862-5554.
Yep.
Look, your body's
I'll take
unique,
Genesis
so
here.
why settle for a one-size
Nice.
plan? That's where Viome comes in. Viome uses advanced science to analyze your gut biome with a simple at-home test, so you know exactly what foods and supplements are right for you, all based on real data from your own body. And you know what? That's science you can trust. Go to Viome.com now and use promo code THRIVE to save $50 on your full body intelligence test. That's Viome.com, promo code THRIVE to save $50.
Hey, you just heard Mark Szymanski, the owner of Genesis Total Exteriors, on to talk about, to be our expert. Okay, we use him as an expert when it comes to all kinds of stuff. And I love referring people to them for window siding, doors, basements, baths, painting, decks. Now let's talk about siding. Mark, we get a lot of inquiries about good options for siding, especially maybe siding that doesn't have a lot of maintenance and that will last a long time. And since you are a specialist in the outside of a home, what are some of the siding options?
I tell you, Tom, one of my favorite products is LP Smart Side. Each piece of siding comes with a 50-year warranty.
Whoa.
And then if you have it coated, and you have it pre-painted with a Diamond Coat product, it's a 30-year no-fade guarantee. Now, if your siding doesn't fade in 30 years, it's not going to fail in 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 years either. So it's just a great product, low maintenance, and it's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful product.
With the Smart Side, does it have a wood type texture, or is it smooth or stucco type? What does it look like?
So you have two options with LP Smart Side, and as you do with a lot of the siding products, but this one has a smooth finish, or you can have what's called cedar texture, which is has a rough finish, so it looks like it's a true cedar board that's been painted.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And of course, Mark, you can give them an estimate. You can replace what they have with new LP Smart Side, and you can do away with the high maintenance siding and get a siding virtually for life. Call Genesis Total Exteriors.com for all of your exterior solutions. 303-679-8509. 303-679-8509.
1972, that's when Larry Gravina's started working for his father. If you need windows, you got to call these guys up. I love what Nick Gravina has done for our own house. Suzanne and I had him out. They did our sliding door leading out to the patio. They showed us multiple kinds of options, multiple price points. Their crew showed up on time, knocked the job out. It was perfect. I love what this company does. You got to call Gravina if you need new windows. The minimum you need to do is call them up for a bid. They're generally going to beat everybody else. 303-472-8462 or gravinas.com.
How do you do it, Mark?
Yeah, that'd be a big change, actually, though. That would, what's he
I'm
saying?
just saying, how do you do it, Marky?
It's just built in. I don't know.
It's like the Russian ballet and a dad bod.
Exactly. Or a Tesla robot having sex with that little Honda robot.
Oh, I'd maybe want to do the Boston Dynamics dog. Not that I'm into that.
No, of course.
But it looks agile.
Paperwork for what?
It's at least got that kind of side-to-side action, you know?
Those four little rubberized feet.
Yeah, let's do it tomorrow. Absolutely. Let's get our ducks in the row. Well, yeah, because Mark's the one that needs to come on after talking.
It would mess me up forever, but I sure would like to go to a CES.
That place is badass. I mean,
isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I can't hear you that well.
I just said that the clips that you see from that are just, you just know there's amazing stuff going on.
Oh,
you know.
120-inch wallpaper TV.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't tell that it's there until you turn it on.
That's where is that?
That's
CES right now.
Where?
The Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas.
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Wouldn't that be great to go to?
You can't, like,
I
normal
used to
people,
go when it was called Comdex, but that was a million years ago.
Right.
Yeah. They wouldn't let millions like me go in. You know, it's industry people and stuff, but it's cool. I mean, they show videos of different things
That's where the
going on
world's
there.
going.
Yeah, for sure. Robots.
Are
and-
they seamless? Like if you took that wallpaper TV,
Exactly.
can you just do 4 of them and you can't even tell the seam?
No.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and there's no depth to it either.
Yeah, I get you. I know what you're saying.
Mhm.
It's wallpaper.
Basically, yeah.
That's the way to do it. Think about that. You do your entire house. I mean, think about that. It could be anything you want at any time.
Right. Yeah,
It's
then you
crazy.
I want a live cam from the Irish Highlands or whatever. It's got to, it would just be that.
It would just be that. Then you could have one section. Hey, put on Fox News right there. It's right there.
Oh,
Right in the
horn
middle
would
of
just
your
jump off the wall.
your Rembrandt.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We do have Jan who has a comment on smart meters. By the way, I just want to tell you the guaranteed lowest price right now, if you're looking for a furnace, renewhomeinnovations.com. They say it doesn't matter. You get a price, they can beat it, or they'll give you the lowest price up front. Renewhomeinnovations.com, 303-904-2000. Now, by the way, Janet, I've done some research over the break with some Excel propaganda along with some independent studies on smart meters. And Mark, one thing that I did find out, when you have a smart meter installed, you can opt out of time of use billing. You do not. It's not, they don't force it on you, but you can have a smart meter and say you want to do the flat rate and not the time of use billing. There is a convenience charge, they call it, tacked on if you don't have a smart meter, or if you have a smart meter without time of use, there is a fee that ranges $25 to $35 a month. Janet, what's your comment on smart meters?
This is just through experience, but they jumped over my fence and replaced my meter with one of those smart meters.
They
without
jumped
my
over
knowledge.
your fence. They didn't even bother coming
Oh,
through
yeah.
the gate. How terrible.
They were all locked. Anyway, so because I know that, because I chased them down, they get paid per piece. So every meter that they replace, the contractors got.
So tell me what's wrong. What's wrong with the idea that they installed this? By the way, you could have opted out of the smart meter. Did you know that?
I can opt out of that.
Yeah.
Of the billing thing, which
Yeah.
is fine. Okay, so, but they shut my power off for like 25 hours on a windy day, and then I wasn't even back up for 24 hours.
But
before they
that
shut me
wasn't
down
because
again
that
for
wasn't
27 hours.
That was not because of a smart meter. That would have happened no matter
No.
what kind of meter. Okay.
So, but anyway, I feel that the smart meter gave them just an easier opportunity.
No,
to shut
not true.
everybody down.
Not true. They shut everyone down by the substation, had nothing to do with meters. But thank you for the call, Janet. I really do appreciate the comment. Those who were thinking that it makes it easier to shut off your power, that's not true. What people are fearful of are these rolling brownouts and blackouts based on usage. Now, the smart meters do make it easier to find which areas are using more power instantly. They can get an instant read, which could count into their algorithms on who to shut down and all of that. But they can shut down your power no matter what kind of a meter you have. I just think there's over paranoia when it comes to smart meters. And really,
well, they do that right now for non-payment. If you have a smart meter and you're not paying, they don't have to send someone out anymore.
Right.
They just hit that button and boy, your power's gone, Jack.
But they're converting most people. It is more accurate. It does have time of day or time of use if you want it. There is an opportunity to stretch out your usage and to actually save money. But at the same time, if you use most of your power during peak times, you won't save money. But what they're trying to do is even out usage. That's their main reason. And as Mark pointed out before, not have people come out and read meters like the old days. I mean, that is really
That's
old
numero
school.
uno.
And then opt-out costs can be a lot of money, by the way. Your rates can jump anywhere from $12 to $25 a month if you opt out. Okay, let's go back to the phones. And this thing with Ashley, she's a single mom of 4. She says she's having a problem finding a place. She's a truck driver. Her mom's helping her out now. She's in a hotel. She can't get an apartment, mainly because of her background from years ago. She had some offenses. And Ashley, you don't have a serious background issue, from what we can tell.
A few motor vehicle cases, a protection order against her, and then she had one against somebody else, a child custody deal, just basically stuff like that. An extortion and trespass case that she talked about, that was over 10 years ago.
Yeah. So, Ashley, were you ever told you were turned down for a rental because of your background?
Yes, rentals as well as jobs. And just really quickly to take a turn about the Excel bills.
Yeah.
I did watch a news episode about 3 months ago that said all Excel users are going to see their bills increase significantly because of a bill that was passed for private equity being approved in this state for funding whatever they need to fund, that the Excel users are going to take on the brunt of that funding.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'll look it up. But you heard that rates were going up as a result of private equity. Is that the bottom line?
Yes, sir. I remember hearing about that.
All right. Well, I'm going to look that up. I'm not sure what you're talking about. So, Ashley, how many times were you turned down for renting a place?
I can't even begin to tell you. I mean, it's just.
You sure it doesn't have to do? It could have to do with income, because
I'm gonna get one of our experts on while you're talking to her, Denver real estate moguls, and let's see what they would think. Maybe he's got a place she can rent.
Right, they're property managers. They do a great job. They're on a referral list at referrallist.com, Ashley, and that's what we ought to do. Hang on, and we'll come right back to you. Okay, what we'll do is we'll try to get a comment. I know they'll have something to say on how you can become more eligible. Jay has a comment on smart meters. Again, as I said, whenever it comes to new technology, there's always pushback. There really is. And that goes for any smart devices. People are getting sick and tired of it, and they feel like their privacy's out the window, or they're giving up control, et cetera, fill in the blank. Jay, what is your comment on smart meters?
Well, it's involving that type of thing. It's not necessarily smart meter. But what I'm sick and tired of is, why, Mr. Baldwin, you can opt out of this, but we're going to charge you $30 a month at a cost of about $360 every single year, let's say the next 20
And they
years.
call it a
That's not
convenience fee. What the hell's a convenience fee?
Well,
yeah, it's convenient for them to collect money.
You know what surprises me is that those add-on fees are allowed. I mean, if you opt out, what they're saying is you're going to pay an extra charge.
Hey, wait a minute. I just thought of that. I wonder if they fall under the new regulations that kicked in this year. That's basically, that could be looked at as false advertising. If it's whatever a gigawatt and they're charging more.
Well,
something tells me the bright people in Colorado that run this state, the Democrats, probably thought about that, and they have immunity on everything they like.
Well,
how come the Democrats never found a fee they don't like?
I don't know, for the life of me. And that's what they do now. Now that they can't tax things without voter approval, they call it a fee. Oh, that's not a tax. That's a gosh dang fee.
No, we are feed to death, and that there's no doubt about it. I mean, because taxes.
Wait till Trump gets in here and starts sniffing around. You think there's fraud in these other blue states? Wait till they get to Colorado. Everybody's going to be flabbergasted.
You think there's fraud going on, like with government programs and stuff, Mark?
Oh, my God, it's going to be unbelievable. The homeless stuff, there's going to be, just like that daycare stuff, there's going to be so much of that here, it's going to be mind-blowing, man. Absolutely mind-blowing.
Amen, Mark. Later.
Okay, Jay, Thanks for calling. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. By the way, denverregen.com. Now, we know Mark took the weight loss journey with them for pennies on the dollar. They also do testosterone and hormone replacement. They also do stem cell therapy for painful joints and tendons, and I've had that done. Great people, denverregen.com.
Very nice.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
All right, doing pretty well out here. We're still dealing with very light volume. Really, it's just construction that may hold you up in a few areas. And, of course, eastbound 70 from Tower out towards E470 with lane restrictions there has traffic pretty slow. It's not a real big jam up or anything like that. 6th Avenue over at Calumet and Santa Fe. We've got some work going on. That's backing up a little bit for you. And it looks like I-25 is pretty much at the posted speed limit across the city. If you're heading into the foothills, I-70 does look good. No rock scaling yet. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Aleve. Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
You know, if you're an honest business looking to advertise but don't want to spend a fortune.
Oh, he must be doing all of this because you guys are doing something with RR there, huh?
Yeah. Go to turn2radio.com. Simple as that, turn2radio.com. Tom and I are looking for different categories we need to fill, like appliance repair. If you're a good appliance repair company, we want to hear from you. How about family law? We would love to have a great family law attorney to be part of the show with us. Go to turn2radio.com. Fill out that little bit of information, and I'll call you personally back. That's turn2radio.com. Let's talk about one of the great sponsors we have, CMG. They are the bank. They loan out over $2 billion a month directly to customers, no middlemen. Let me tell you something. If you need a reverse mortgage, they have the lowest fees and the best interest rates. On top of that, they got a 30-year line of credit for the equity in your house. That's what Suzanne and I have. I want you to call the top dog over there, John Clace. Call him directly. He's going to hook you up. They'll beat anybody out there. 303-882-6679 for all your loan needs. 303-882-6679. Hey, would you send me that Major Radio one, please? I think it's too long, but I might be able to use it for Chris today.
I got something that's too long, but you could use it.
Why did Mark end up in my spam folder?
Mark?
Probably because you put me there. You spam me.
No, I'm serious. Why is it showing up? Oh, wait a minute. This is, they spoofed your address. This is not you. Let me show you a picture of this. This is weird. I got a message from Marc Mager, and it's a weird email address. Somebody is trying to, I'm going to show it to you.
Well, make sure to send all your banking information.
And they have a, they have a, password, they want me to go to a, it says they want me to click on something here. I'm going to show this to you, Mark.
Just forward it to me.
Just click on it. See where it goes.
It's weird.
No, forward it and change your password. Yeah, just forward it. I want to see it.
Okay.
Did you have any luck with your
weird
web people?
No.
They say they want me to meet at a bathhouse on Colfax with a shoebox full of 20.
All right, I just texted you the email. Look at the email address.
They just outright say that.
Look at the email address on that.
But we're going to be advertising referral list pretty heavy, so no matter what, you're going to see some shit. Did you send it, or what's going on here?
Yeah, I just texted you a picture of it.
Text
email.
it. No, just forward me the email.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't scare me.
They'll have your email.
Yeah, I guess I could. I see. I'm going to forward it to you. It went to the spam folder, rightly so, even though it had your name, it didn't have your address. And then it wants me to click on this link.
Wants you to click on this
I
link.
think you should know about this.
General Bocata.
Can you get in trouble clicking a link? Just click.
It's an old Hotmail address. That's funny.
Licking a clink.
Well, we got an ice-involved shooting in Minnesota.
Do we really? Now, who shot who?
I don't know.
I bet ICE shot somebody.
I'm guessing ICE did the shooting.
I'm guessing ICE did the
Is
shooting.
there an ice shooting somewhere?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Please, I will personally pay more for live ammo.
Oh, a ramming incident, which there on your screen you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Further, you will see what looks like 3 vehicles that were tangled together. Somebody
I
tried
do
to
thoroughly
ram.
enjoy every time they run over some.
It's funny. They try to just ram stuff, and they end up going to.
Then they get shot, and people wonder why. And
it's crazy.
Imagine being that incited by
But
what you're seeing on CNN.
we lose all the video of like he was a good boy, you know. Oh, it's a crazy ass world that we live in. Good gracious.
Yeah, that site can't even be reached, by the way. It's just BS.
Just wonder what the whole purpose of it was.
Whole purpose of what?
That email.
Oh, I don't know. It probably was like some kind of weird website at some point and probably got shut down for phishing. Who knows? Probably some liberal trying to trick you with a Hotmail address.
But liberals wouldn't do that. They seem so nice, right?
Probably India.
Here we go.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Sean Gilliard is with Denver Real Estate Moguls. They're property managers. They help people who have properties they want to rent out. They are a management company, by the way. And I think in today's landscape, it's crazy not to have a property manager because the fees are so low compared to the hassles you have being a landlord yourself. Obviously with a management company, you retain full control and ownership, but they do all the hard work. They find tenants for you. They execute the contracts. They collect the rents. They dispatch repair and maintenance people. They just really take over. Sean, welcome. Thank you for being here. And I guess what we're trying to figure out is how Ashley can rent a place. She says she has income. She saved up enough to pay security deposit and all that.
What is the income, Ashley? What is your income?
Sorry, I muted the phone. It's about $1,500 a week.
Now,
$6,000 a month. You should be able to rent a place, right,
now,
Sean?
Sean, she's had some light criminal stuff. I mean, really, some issues 10 years ago on her background check. What have you found when it comes to background checks that landlords get upset about? Ashley, explain to him some of the things in your background, or better yet, Mark, do you have the background in front of you?
I don't have the actual check, but I have the summary of it, and there's really not much to it, with the exception that 10 years ago she had some kind of extortion.
I beat that extortion charge.
Well, not according to your. Well, maybe you did you didn't beat the charge. I mean, the actual charge is on there.
That's right. That's a bad thing sometimes. You're charged with something, you beat it, and even though there's no conviction.
And I'm going to clarify if that was a conviction as you guys are talking.
Okay. But Sean, have you found that charges stay on there even if there was no conviction?
Yeah, I mean, but we're going to look at the overall charge and, talk to the person and try to figure out exactly what happened there. I mean, what we're really looking to avoid is obviously any kind of pedophilia or anything like that.
Exactly.
And major things, like major drug charges, marijuana or something, obviously that's lesser of a charge out these days and stuff. And a lot of people have that kind of stuff on their records from the past, and we definitely can look past that kind of stuff.
Okay, so here's what I want to know. I know that you're a property manager for landlords, but every once in a while, a case like this comes up. Would you be able to maybe, if a tenant has an issue, help them find a place? Is that in your wheelhouse or not?
Yeah, we don't necessarily help tenants find places, but we're always happy to, have a conversation with the tenant, such as Ashley, and just, kind of at least try to guide her, I guess. We can always at least go through our properties and see if anything
Yeah, that's
works
what I'm
for her
thinking.
as well.
Ashley, Sean will go beyond just looking at the black and white. He's going to say, wait a minute, what was this? What is it for? I think, Sean, a lot of times management companies, when they do a background check, they're lazy. They just basically just totally discount things when they find anything in the background. And I don't think they bother parsing through it like you said.
Yeah, and I think you need to do that. I mean, because sometimes, they could be a perfect tenant.
So, Ashley, here's how we're going to start. If nothing else, I would like Sean's professional opinion on what you can do to be a better tenant prospect, or if there is anything you can do. Maybe there's nothing you can do. The other thing we're going to do, Ashley, is see if maybe he has a place in their in their inventory where they can maybe put you in it. Maybe you will be a good fit. And for those listening, if you are interested, and thanks both of you very much for being on, I want to give you Denver Real Estate Moguls.com, Moguls, Denver Real Estate Moguls.com. And Sean, so Kachina, put Ashley together with Sean, and let's see for the heck of it if they can help us, if he can help us out by seeing what's a snag in her background, or if maybe they have a place they can help her with. All right. By the way, we have John Fuller with us at Fuller Law to talk about personal injury and other legal matters.
And I wanted to talk to him about that scooter case we had the other day.
Yes, let's do that. But
it's crazy.
Let me take Nick before the break. He has a comment on smart meters. Nick, go ahead. What do you have to say about smart meters?
Yeah, I was going to call to make a comment about when they were initially rolling those out. I was pretty hesitant to want to go with the smart meter, and they were kind of framing it as convenience, right? Obviously, it's always more convenient for the consumer. And I was saying, well, what if I opt out, right? Like that last caller was saying, well, then there's a fee.
Exactly.
And they were posing that as, well, they're going to then have to still send somebody out to drive past your house to read the meter, right? Instead of them just in their office with the smart meter communicating through the internet, right? So that's what that extra, proposed or fee or whatever they were.
By the way, did you go with a smart meter? Did you end up getting a smart meter, by the way? Maybe he got disconnected.
Hey, and real quick, just before we go to break, which we have to do, I have clarified. She was guilty of whatever crime that was, whatever that extortion was. But I don't even care about that. It was 10 years ago, like Sean said. But if she's under the impression she beat it, whatever that means, she didn't.
Okay, that's good to know. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
All right, doing pretty well out here. We're still dealing with very light volume. Really, it's just construction that may hold you up in a few areas. And, of course, eastbound 70 from Tower out towards E470 with lane restrictions there has traffic pretty slow. It's not a real big jam up or anything like that. 6th Avenue over at Calumet and Santa Fe. We've got some work going on. That's backing up a little bit for you. It looks like I-25 is pretty much at the posted speed limit across the city. If you're heading into the foothills, I-70 does look good. No rock scaling yet. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. The once-a-year sale and clearance is here. Upgrade today with Mattress Firm's quality selection of top brands. Let their sleep experts find the perfect bed to help transform your nights. They make sleep easy.
You know, you hear Mark and I advertise about lending and mortgages. That's the great thing. We want you to shop for the best rates and terms out there. Different strokes for different folks, right? If you're looking for a loan, U.S. Mortgages is a company that I've known for many years. David Szymanski is going on 30 years in the business. He's a mortgage broker. He shops the market to find the best terms for his clients. If you like the terms and conditions, you got a loan. And all it takes is a phone call, 303-LOW-RATE. Here's the deal right now, for example. Here's one example. They have a 5-year fixed at 4.99%. 5-year fixed rate, 4.99%. That's 6.04 APR. And that can even be lower than that, depending on when you close. So it's 4.99% or below, and you can refi out of it at any time. In fact, when you have a loan with U.S. Mortgages, you have the lowest rate for life program, which means if rates go down even by 0.5%, they will refinance you free of charge. No appraisals, no lender fees, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use it. By all means, shop and make U.S. Mortgages one of your stops. 303-LOW-RATE. 303-LOW-RATE or online, usmloan.com. You know, right now is the time of year that Joe Lazara is going to be busy because a lot of people have made mistakes over the holidays and they're going to pay for those mistakes maybe. But one thing is for sure, you should not face DUIs, traffic offenses, assaults, battery, any kind of charges on your own. You need an attorney. And I've been referring Joe Lazara to people for years. We've done the shopping for you. We know Joe. He's not going to take advantage of you. Here's the bottom line. He does free initial consultations always. So talk to him. If you want to hire him, he'll quote you a flat rate for your entire case. So you know what's happening right up front. LAZZARA, LazaraLegal.com at referralist.com. 303-429-6200.
Right. Well, there was a guilty on that F4. If they had amended and gave her a plea to something lower, it would have shown the additional plea, and that's what the guilty plea would have been.
But that said it was guilty. The disposition on that charge was guilty.
When I see the rest of it, I can tell you whether she went to trial, whether she pled guilty, what she did. I can tell you.
Is that usually like in Colorado criminally? Is that like a one-time deal? Like you have an assault, they give you a year, they get rid of it. If you have another assault, I'm sure they can see they already gave you that chance. Yeah. Is it generally that's how it works?
It's
common sense.
Depends on who your attorney is and all that shit. But yeah, I mean, you don't get perpetual get out of jail free cards. Yeah. You know, you're going to get a chance usually.
Unless you live in Minnesota.
Right.
Or unless you're illegal. If you're illegal, then you can rape, kill. Oh my God! If it's a citizen, if it's a legal citizen,
oh God!
I bet you she's got blue hair. You ever notice the crazy protesters never look like normal people? That they can't get a job because they look whacked out. Generally heavy set. I'm just saying, not all of them.
But yeah, no, he just sends the hell out of people.
No judging. I'm just saying. I call it like I see them. But they always have colored hair. They generally have some form of ring somewhere on their face.
Or Dimitri, if it's small claims.
Dimitri? Okay. Well, hey, listen, I'm going to have Kelly give you our email address so you can send in whatever you need and they can reply to you, okay?
And they must get paid. Some of them must get paid because, my God, that's all they do is protest. Or they've got like a rich sugar daddy.
Dude, my office is right by the Capitol. And when they have those Kings,
the King's March
marches and shit, I just
right,
don't
sir,
know what has to be going on in your life to make you say, today I'm going to go get poster board and I'm going to make some big ass signs.
Like
I'm going down to this stupid rally.
Like you're in third grade and it's Halloween.
Right. Like what is really what are you missing in your life that makes it seem
and the
like
No
that's
Kings
a good
one
idea?
cracks me up because now they're all pissed that we got rid of the king in Venezuela. The irony is just unbelievable.
I remember some middle school Halloween parties that were pretty damn good, man.
Have you seen all the videos coming out of all the Dems bitching at Trump for not getting rid of the Venezuelan Maduro in his first term? It's unfucking believable.
Well, and
they're like, oh, he's a pussy. You won't get rid of him. You got to oust him. He oust him. They're like, you're not allowed to oust him. It's the most remarkable bullshit I've ever seen. Yep. And people are starting to see through it.
Well, and Biden from 30 years ago, we've got to go get these guys where they live.
Yeah, of course.
Uh-huh. That's not as good as the time.
He was talking about Trump.
He dropped the N-word in a Senate subcommittee hearing. That's my favorite.
Wasn't he like best friends with the KKK Grandmaster or whatever they're called?
Well, let's not cast aspersions.
Yeah, wasn't Biden? No, I'm thinking of Byrd. Senator Byrd.
Yeah, and even Hillary spoke at Byrd's funeral.
Yeah.
And now listen, if we're going to start labeling people as racist because they have Klan friends,
that's everybody.
You better not talk to me.
Yeah. You better have never lived anywhere in the South, ever.
Stapleton.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. All right, Sean called yesterday, and he said basically a roofer knocked on his door and said, I'm going to give you a free roof inspection. This was a while ago, I believe back in November of last year. And then he said he negotiated with his insurance company, and Sean got a check for $13,500. Sean then hired another roofer to replace the roof. And now the original roofer who did that knocking on the door is coming after him, saying that he owes him some kind of cancellation fee. And I said, well, make them put up or shut up. They have to document the debt. Do they have a contract with you? Did you sign a contract at the door? Is there a cancellation fee? So Sean, did you tell them what we told you to tell them?
Yes, I did.
And what did they say?
I requested about. They said that, and to make a long story short, that they would only give it to the third party I decided to involve in it.
What do you mean? Well, then they don't have a contract. So what do they mean? They will only give it to a third party. What exactly does that mean?
Well, I think what they're implying is, since I got a lawyer, they're only going to talk to a lawyer. They're not going to talk to me.
Of course they are. It's illegal for them to talk directly to you at that point.
But did you? I don't. But he didn't say he got an attorney.
He just said he did.
I did not say that at all.
He never said he had an attorney. That was the whole idea. He called them and said, I want you to document the debt. I need to know if I have a contract. I need to see it. They told him we're only going to talk to a third party. Is that right, Sean?
No, they said since I involved a third party.
Okay, but what gave them the idea? What gave them the idea since you involved a third party? Why did they even say that? Because did you tell him you talked to us?
The radio.
Did you tell him you talked to us on the radio?
No, I did not.
Okay, Sean.
But I think it was because it sounded so official that I must have talked to somebody.
All right,
all he's got to do is just sit around, tell him to sue you.
Ignore it. That's right. Because they can't take a dime from you, not a dime, until they prove that debt. And in order to prove that debt, they have to show something like a contract, and then they have to get a judgment. So if it was me, I'm just going to tell you what I would do if it was me. I would ignore it.
Okay.
I mean,
what about my credit? When they go ding my credit,
they haven't.
Well, you can.
Not yet.
Well,
They shouldn't until they have a judgment. They're not supposed to. People need to understand that. Now, if it's a credit card and you agreed to certain terms with a signature when you got the credit card or something along those lines, that's one thing. But I can't simply go out and say John Fuller owes me $800 and report it.
Now, what you're talking about is called slander of credit. And yes, there are creditors who have used credit reports in the past as a punishment and as leverage to get people to pay. If that happens, you can hire you can literally sue them for slander of credit, and they can get in very big trouble and owe you a lot of money. People don't take that seriously, but you should. I have known consumers who have sued for slander of credit.
It's the FCRA Act, and that stands for Fair Credit Reporting Act. It allows victims to sue for actual damages, statutory damages, and punitive damages, and attorney's fees, for God's sake.
Yeah, now we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Stick around.
Super.
Where's Dimitri?
He's off today.
Well, he's kind of off every day in a way. Ah! Hey, babe. Oh, okay. Bye. I got to take a call at 11:25, just so you know.
By the way, Mark Szymanski can come back on and talk about that deck job whenever you can. He said he's ready.
Did you hear about that, Tom? The airliner that came in and blew all their tires?
Yeah, I saw the tape, yeah.
That's great.
I don't know why that happened. Was it a blackout on the display or something and he had to hand land it?
I don't think you had to add the word out. I don't know what all I heard is the audio from was that the pilot? Damn, man, we blew all the tires.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, something like that. They just ran it on KOA here. I could try to find it.
The wheels touched the runway. 8 out of the plane's 10 tires blew out.
All tires are blown on the landing gear on the rear. The last 8, all tires under the wings seem to be blown.
That from Live 8.
Hey, man, they all blown, man. I don't know how the hell. Kelly says she belly landed once on a select comfort bed. What? Oh no, on a prop plane.
Well, I do that every night.
Yeah. Yay, snow
I
overnight.
did have to go down the inflatable chute, though. That was kind of fun.
Ooh. You've had all the fun. Are they going to start responding with lethal force on these damn ice attacks?
Hello. Okay. Found the real stuff. You want any?
I'd take a glass, but
Anything in it?
no.
Straight up.
Straight up.
Yeah, so one of the other things, so this was in
What?
98 or 99 when I was doing all my traveling and stuff. But, so was one of those, kind of, not a charter, but you know those little itty bitty planes that are kind of contracted by like United? Sometimes it's called United Express, but it's not
Love those.
but it's not actually owned by United.
All right.
So it was a United Express flight, but you know it was literally being flown by somebody under the United umbrella. So there was only about I don't know 15 of us on the plane, so it wasn't like crazy, but um, almost immediately after everybody got off, everybody was safe and all that. Um, they took us into like a room in, I think it was Pier Airport, and it's their largest airport because it's like their capital city. And they made us. So basically, they offered all of us like all these vouchers and free flights and stuff like that in exchange for not bringing coffee back. So I was like, well, I'm actually on a business trip here, so I have to fly you back. So as long as you cover my flight back and give me some upgrades and all of that, so that's what they ended up doing. And if I remember correctly, they also gave us all like vouchers, like food vouchers.
Okay.
So I made out like a bandit on that, but
That's kind of funny.
wasn't really fun because we spun.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
so it was like, okay.
J-How in your car.
On my way to work in the morning.
And wherever you go.
On my phone when I'm walking the dog.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number. 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, the real estate man, will tell you what your house will sell for based on today's conditions. The interest rates, supply and demand, the neighborhood, the comps, whatever you need to know. So without any obligation to list, without getting into any big, long rigmarole, he will simply tell you what your house will sell for based on his 30 years of experience. Give him a call. If you decide to list, you won't find anyone better. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Welcome to the show. John Fuller is with us from Fuller Law. He's a personal injury attorney and can answer all kinds of questions. I do have one real quick. Then we're going to go to the phones. Phone callers always get priority here, but I do have one here. And, so John, someone was in an accident. She believes it was the other person's fault. She got a call from the other person's insurance company, and they wanted to do questions and record them. What do you tell? She said she was injured, and she did not talk to them at the time. She said she told them she had another commitment. She wants to know, should she talk to them and allow them to record it?
Well, we certainly don't let our clients give recorded statements to the other insurance companies. So, no, I mean, nothing good can come out of that. These people are trained in how to ask questions in ways that will inspire you to accept some responsibility. Like, questions like, well, I mean, you could have gone a little bit slower. You could have seen the intersection before. You could have hit the brakes earlier.
Right.
Those are all questions, things like that are designed to apportion some responsibility for that accident on you, no matter how small. It could just be 10 or 15%, but that's a huge amount of money if it ends up being a big case.
It's like a deposition, basically.
It is, but there are no rules, and you're not represented, and I mean, there's just nothing good that can come out of it. So, by and large, the answer is absolutely not.
All right, thank you very much. Christy called yesterday and said, "Hey, I had this deck built, okay, and it was bad. It was back in November. I hired another guy to look at it and say, can you fix it? And he said, yeah, it'd be about $7,500, but it could be more. And so he went to work on the deck and billed her for $4,400, and then later billed her for another $15,600. So that's a total billing of $20,000. And he said it's still not done. Now, we talked to the contractor, Danny, and he said when he took on the job, the deck was done improperly and he practically had to redo the whole thing. He said, I'm doing this lady a favor, and she kept giving me the go-ahead, so I went ahead. Now she's balking at the price. And I said, here's the bottom line. What did Christy get for the $20,000? And Danny said she got a good job. And anybody who looks at it will verify that it's worth $20,000 all day long. So I said, okay, what if we have an expert look at it? And he said, I believe, Mark, he said that if our expert values it at less, he would charge her less. Didn't he say that?
Well, he
or
said
not,
that,
or
but
not.
She didn't agree to the terms.
Okay. All right. Anyway. Let's talk. Christy, Josh from Genesis Total Exteriors came out yesterday to look at your deck.
Yes, he did.
And did he look it all over? Did he literally physically inspect it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mark Szymanski, Joshua's boss and Josh's boss and the owner of GenesisTotalExteriors.com, is on to look at it. He's looked at the pics and talked to Josh. Mark, what do you guys make of the job?
So Tom, just so you know, I do have Josh in my office right now, too. It just happened to work out that he was nearby and he stepped in. So he can answer questions, too. But looking at the pictures of the deck, and again, if he said he had to rebuild things, I'm glad that you just said that because I didn't know that. But there's things that are very wrong with this deck. Especially in the upper deck with the joist hangers, and they're practically falling off. The nails aren't secure.
Wait, we've got to we have to recap this then, Mark, because what happened is she had someone else out there
right. I had mentioned
working on the deck and fired that person, then brought in the secondary.
Right. Yeah, I mentioned that, Mark, that the original guy was in November of last year, and then that's when she hired this guy. He's not the original guy. So, Mark, he inherited maybe some bad work, but still, to charge $20,000, the bottom line is that should go a long way, right?
That's completely a ridiculous number. I think the money she's paid is probably okay, but there's still lots of repairs to be done on this. Work that's done wrong, work that's unsafe, tripping hazards on a fascia board that's sticking above the deck that you could trip on if you're walking off.
Let me talk to Josh. Is he around? Can we? Okay. So, Josh, you went out and looked at the deck. If I told you, hey, Josh, I just paid 20 grand for this. What would you say?
I'd say you got ripped off royally.
Wow. How much do you think it's worth, the work that he did?
I think that for the work that he did is probably $4 or $5 grand worth of work.
Oh my God! Really? She was right. Christy was right. Christy, my goodness.
Yeah.
I thought you were exaggerating.
And he didn't. No, he didn't do anything structural either. He's lying about that. He did not make any structural repairs.
In other words, he just was doing some cosmetic stuff?
I sent you documentation on email in a documented conversation between Danny and I where he even itemized everything and of what I agreed to.
Now let's talk about this, Christy. You paid him so far $4,400 so far. You paid him. And
I did, and it was reluctant because of our agreement.
Right now, how much had you previously paid the other guy?
The other guy I was paying on an hourly, and I didn't fire him because he was doing things wrong. I fired him because he was going too slow.
Okay, how much did you pay that previous guy?
Maybe a couple thousand.
Okay.
How much to fix it, Mark or Josh? How much to fix it, man?
To make that deck presentable, how much will it cost right now?
I think probably to redo. There's several things we need to redo. We need to redo some steps, some fascia. We need to redo some concrete. I think probably about 5,000. Basically, pick up where he left off or where he started is what needs done.
So now let's put this all together. If she paid him $4,400 and it's going to take about $5 grand to make it right, let's just call that 10 grand. Then she paid the previous guy a couple grand. That'll put her totally into this deck, let's say for 12 grand. Is that going to be a ridiculous price, Mark and Josh, that she had to pay because of him? Or is it going to be right in the ballpark?
I think it's in the ballpark. I mean, she supplied all the material.
Oh my gosh.
Decking material is expensive. And so none of this includes material. These are just all labor numbers.
Oh my goodness.
So it's the same thing. Ours would be just strictly labor. If some material's ruined, more has to be purchased, that'd be extra, but yeah.
So basically, she paid him $4,400. And that's basically just labor. Did she get at least...
That was all labor.
Yeah. Did she get $4,400 worth of labor in what you saw, Josh?
Yeah. I think she got probably about $4,400 worth of labor. I think that if they just called it as it is, it would be okay.
Okay, so if they walked away from each other right now, it would be okay. But Christy, did you say he is trying to get another $10,000 from you?
Danny filed the lien for $15,600 that he's trying to get.
He already filed a lien against you?
Yeah, that's why that's kind of good news, though. I mean, basically, she's going to have her time in front of a judge, and along with some expert witnesses, she should win this.
He filed the lien 2 days before Christmas and claimed falsely on the lien that he provided materials.
Yeah, he's trying to strong-arm you. I wonder if Danny will come back on now that we got this information, because Danny was adamant that
We're trying.
Yeah, okay, so let's put this
Well, wait a minute. Wait. I just thought of something. So even that extra part that he added on to from the ground up, you still bought the materials for that?
Yeah, I supplied all of that, and it was only a 36-square-foot section. It wasn't even that big.
Christy, whatever you do, don't do any more business with this guy, and I wouldn't pay him another dime.
I'm not.
He's trying to collect another 10 grand, and our experts are saying you're lucky if you got 5 grand out of him. I mean, that is terrible.
He's trying to collect another $15,600.
Oh, yeah, another. You're going to have your time in court. Understand, he has basically, I think he's going to have 6 months from when he filed the lien, all put together because he already did the 10-day and filed the lien, to basically bring you to court or at least file an action, then get in front of a judge, and then you're both going to be able to tell the judge what's going on.
I would like to file a dispute to his lien, which statutorily will shorten his time to 30 days.
You're going to file a quiet title action?
I don't know how that would work.
I think
if I file a dispute,
he worked there. If he never worked there and you never met the guy or something, I might agree with you. But something transpired
here.
It
sounds like she researched it. Christy, did you research disputing this lien?
Yes, I did, and it shortens their 6-month period to 30 days.
Okay, let's get Brad O'Brien on. I don't like that advice we're giving out there. I don't know if it's correct or not.
We're not giving it out. This is what she's saying she found. Chrissy, what did it say? Did it say you had to do to dispute this lien? Because I had not heard of that before. Go ahead.
That I write up a formal dispute, and then after I do that, I have to serve him certified mail with the dispute and record it publicly with the clerk and recorder, so that it's recorded with the recorded lien.
Now, once it's recorded, then what happens?
It shortens his time to take me to court from 6 months to 30 days.
But then you still have to fight it in court.
Yes, and that's the part I'm concerned about. It goes to district court, and I'm not familiar with district judges.
All right, now, Mark, as you said, we should get Brad O'Brien on to discuss this. I had not heard about disputing this and speeding up the time. I've actually not heard that before.
I don't know why everybody wouldn't do that then.
I mean, if they're sitting in the driver's seat with information and they're confident about it, I agree. More coming up, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Compass Insurance Group, free insurance checkup. Make this new year one. You're not paying too much for insurance. You're not underinsured. You don't have sneaky giant deductibles that have snuck in. Get an insurance checkup free of charge with Compass Insurance. That's 303-996-9000.
Yep. Real quick here. So what are you doing?
Need Greenland.
Trump wants Greenland.
I'm going to do both here.
Fraud in Minnesota.
Unless he wants to do discount, I can do both.
Venezuelan oil.
I mean, I can do all three, whatever.
You got it.
In for the very latest.
Hey, K&H Home Solutions is a company we endorse for window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. They also have painting pros. Now, what I like about K&H, they have the heritage of 65 years of continuous business. KHWindows.com. They have beautiful products, energy-efficient products, and products that will save you money in the long run. And again, as I've said, I've known the original owner. I've known the interim owner, Ted, and now I know Lee Diamond and his son, and they are running this company top notch, carrying on the tradition. Now, if you want a company you can depend on, KHWindows.com, 303-421-7100. That's 421-7100. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Now, we've talked about his free market evaluation of your home to tell you what it will sell for based on all of the elements. But what he will also do is list your home. If you want to sell, Frank does outbound marketing that gets hundreds of thousands of views in just a few days. He sells for more money. He sells more and for more money and quicker, and has the stats to prove it than anyone. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. You know, when you're talking about baths, now Susan and Mark will tell you this firsthand, they hired discountbath.com. Why? They wanted to save money. They want to get the best price out there, the best value out there. They're elated with this custom bath being done, and you will be too. Now, you can do a custom bath for your dream home. You can make it for a fix and flip or a rental. They have different levels of trim, different levels of design. But here's the bottom line. They have the best prices in all categories. Put them to the test. Discountbath.com. Go there, get an upload link, and then take a vid of anything you want. Like, I want to move this toilet. I want to make this a double vanity. I want to make this a walk-in shower. I want to move a wall. I want to do this. I want to do that. And then send it to discountbath.com, and they give you a price without coming to your home. And if you want to talk to them, it's 720-979-2322. Discountbath.com.
Or not Cuba. I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to say Cuba. Colombia.
That ain't an island either.
No, I'm saying Colombia and Venezuela, they fucking share that border. And I'm hoping it's not like Haiti and the Dominican Republic border, where one side is completely lawless.
Yeah, but you kind of have Panama in between them, so.
A little buffer.
Pretty good size buffer with the Panama Canal and all that shit. I mean, there's enough interest down there that we're not going to let shit get too crazy.
You mean the Trump Panama Canal?
The Trump Canal. Yes.
Did Trump?
We need a J.D. Vance Stadium. Sponsored by Trump Towers.
Right. They're going to name a sandwich after him. It's going to be like, instead of a Cuban sandwich, it's going to be, I like a Rubio.
That's a good one, actually, a Rubio. Give me the Rubio.
It's got a good little ring to it, you know?
It does have a good ring to it. I'll tell you what, man. That fucking guy's on it. He's a smart guy.
Oh, he is. He's truly come into his own in this role. And he's emerged as looking like just a badass and a very intelligent dude.
Very intelligent. He's a leader. In fact, JD better hope that he gets that nod.
Yeah. Well, either way, I see those two as being the two preeminent candidates.
By far. And yeah, exactly. And, who knows which way?
Pete has turned out to be kind of a pretty savvy dude as
Pete's a fucking badass.
Pete who?
For as young as he is too.
Texas. But he's savvy in the sense that he just is not a fool when there's a microphone in front of him.
No.
He'll call him out. And they just don't have anything to say about it. Like they're trying to trick him into saying, well, you didn't say anything about the female pilots that were involved in that, when he was like, way to go, guys, or something like that. They're like, you singled out the males, but not the females. He's like, look, that is absolutely freaking ridiculous. And I support the females, and just shut the hell up, you know? And just pretty much left it at that. And they're like,
now I don't know what to say.
Okay.
He beat Medicare. I forgot that line. Someone on YouTube was bringing up the debate when Joe got up there and said, we beat Medicaid. Goddamn right you did, says Trump. The best line in that whole debate, though, was like, I don't know what he said. I don't even think he knows what he said. That lady looks over just like, oh, man.
We're done here.
I know. We got to move on.
Like my cousin Vinny. I'm done with this guy.
I'm done with this guy. The Utes.
See? My cousin Vinny quote right there, you know?
I'm done with this guy. That movie. So my daughter didn't.
Stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Donna, welcome to the show. What's going on with you, Donna? How can we help you?
It's not so much me. It's someone else that I met needs some help.
Yeah? What kind of help?
And, well, she's a young gal, married, and she found out her husband left her. He was gay. And she has a little 5-year-old boy, no credit and no car, but she does have a job.
Mm-hmm.
And I was hoping if somebody had a spare vehicle that they weren't using, that they would consider donating it to her.
Okay, so she has one child?
Yeah, a little 5-year-old boy, cute as
Okay.
a button.
Okay.
Where does she live?
She lives in Aurora, way down Quincy, towards the.
I guess what I meant is she does have a home, right?
Yes, she has an apartment, but she can't pay her rent either.
Well, that's where
So
it gets weird.
Okay, she has an apartment. She's working, you say?
Yes, but she hasn't worked in a month because she has no vehicle. The husband and she had a truck, and he went and took the truck and left her.
But wait a minute. Is he helping with the child, with support, with anything?
No, it's not his child.
Oh, God. So what about the father of the child? Is the father of the child paying support?
No, he totally abandoned her and the child.
And where is he? I mean, it doesn't matter if he abandoned them. He still has to pay. Where is he?
I don't know. I don't know, sir.
So she's really good. She's going to be evicted soon then, right? Because she's not.
How do you know her?
I met her at the Cheesecake Factory with her husband several months ago, and we befriended one another, and we said we were going to go to lunch one day, and lo and behold, she called me up, and she was in this dilemma.
I wonder, the one thing Colorado does pretty well, I can't believe I'm even saying this, but the city transportation isn't bad. If you're like in Aurora or Denver, there's buses everywhere, there's light rail, and basically if you don't make enough money, I'm pretty sure it's all free.
Well, I don't know about that, but she just is looking for a car so she can go to work. She can't pay her rent. She's just in a very bad situation. And I called Salvation Army, and they gave me.
How is she going to pay her rent? Let's just get right down. How is she going to pay her rent?
Well, she has a job, but she can't go to the job without a vehicle. And I believe the job is cleaning people's houses. That's one of her jobs.
Oh man, this is terrible. We can put the word out. We can put the word out and see if anyone has a car. She'd have to insure it and get plates and all of that. I don't know if she has the money to do that. Does she have any help whatsoever? Is she on food stamps or anything?
No, she was working and her husband was working, and they both worked opposite shifts to take care of the little boy.
And then what?
And she just came home and he left. And he told her he was gay, and he left her for another man who was married, and he had children. So
was she blindsided by this, or did she have suspicions that the marriage was in trouble?
No, absolutely blindsided. She had no idea he was gay. None.
Or no idea that he was unfaithful? I mean, in other words, the marriage, it was just, oh man. This is a sad story. It really is. I don't know what we can do except put the word out. I mean, please, if anyone has a car, let us know.
I asked. That's all I asked. Put the word out, and I've got her name and phone number. And
we don't want to give that out. We'll take that internally here and figure it out. But people, if you can help this mom who was blindsided, husband left. Now, when he was with her, how long were they together?
I think 6 months. They had been married 6 months.
Oh, so they were only together 6 months.
That's what I remember of her story. I could be inaccurate about that. It wasn't. I met him. He at the Cheesecake Factory at the Park Meadows Mall. I met him very briefly. And she has no family, no help. And you were who I thought of to make.
Well, no, we will try to find something. Where is she from? Where's her family from?
Washington State.
Has she ever thought about going back to be near family? That could help.
I asked her that, and her family does not want to help her.
Oh, man. This poor little boy, 5-year-old boy, and she's so
he's adorable. He's adorable.
Hey, whether he's adorable or not, we got a 5-year-old little boy that needs to be taken care of, and we need and the mom is working, having trouble. She can't get to the jobs because of a lack of transportation. She's looking for a car. She has nothing in savings. This woman, here's the unfortunate thing, she could end up homeless really soon. Is she behind on her rent right now?
Yes.
Oh my God. How far behind on her rent is she?
Owes them $1,500.
And is that for what? For January?
Yes, I believe so. And I think the rent was even more than that. But she must. I think her rent is $2,300. But she came up with some money, and she's just between a rock and a hard spot.
Donna, think about it. She owes $1,500 for this month. In another 3 weeks, she's got another $2,300 to come up with. She doesn't have a car. I don't even know what the hell can be done to help her. I don't. Even if somebody donated a car, she's in danger of being evicted.
I realize that. That's why I called you.
How close are you to her right now?
I don't know her that well, to be honest.
You're very kind, Donna. You're very kind to try to help her. I'm just trying to come up with something on the fly here. She is between a rock and a hard place. What I see is she's going to be evicted. Have they told her she's going to be evicted? Has she gotten any warnings?
She was told she has to come up with $1,500 today, or she will be evicted.
Oh, my God. So what is she going to do?
She is just struggling, and she has no credit. And she went to somebody she knew took her to a car place, but they won't let her buy a car without history of credit.
Right.
She has absolutely no credit.
Well, she doesn't have money for insurance or anything. She doesn't even have money for gas. She needs to get food stamps or something for this little boy. She's got to start. Is she doing anything to help herself?
Yes, she's trying to do what she can do to get a car, and so far she's hitting against the brick wall.
How long ago did this guy leave?
I'm not too sure about that.
Is there a way we can talk to her directly?
Yes, I can give you her phone number off air.
Well, would she be willing to talk to us?
Yes, I told her to call you, and she kept calling you, but it was busy signal.
I'm not saying we can help. I don't know what we can do, but maybe talking directly to her, we can get more of an idea of what she's done and where she's been, and maybe something we can do. So hold on, all right? Kachina, let's see if we can get this woman on. I don't want to make any promises to her, but maybe someone out there is listening and saying, you know what? Now's my time to help. And they can come up with something. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We got more coming right up.
Yep.
KRF.
Now, should Mark do something here? Because he's not here. Should I do something else?
What, Red Rocks? You talking about Red Rocks?
Yeah.
Well, why would he have to do anything?
Well, hasn't he been doing call me to buy time spots over top of Red Rocks?
Well, I don't know that. See, I don't know that. So that's inside info. So in other words, was he substituting Red Rocks?
I don't know. Here you go. Stand by for Red Rocks.
blocked or anything like that, but looks a little unusual. I-70 to the east side looks like around E470. With that construction, we still have slowdowns through the area. I-25 between downtown and the Tech Center, 10 minutes, and Foothills Drive looks good. No rock scaling yet. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by Brad vs. Everyone podcast.
Dangerous social media trends, media scandals, dumb TikTok boycotts, and more. Keep up with all the online stories mainstream media ignores by listening to the Brad vs. Everyone podcast on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Alliance Roof and Solar for your commercial solar system. Now, what do you mean commercial? What I mean is if you're a landlord, maybe you have a strip mall, a duplex, a triplex, an apartment building, or you have a home-based business, an agribusiness, a warehouse, a factory, whatever, you can get government incentives still. Yes, even in 2026, government incentives for commercial operations that can damn near help pay for most of it. That's right. And then Alliance Roof and Solar can show you how you can sell power back to the grid and back to end users and make positive cash flow. Contact Alliance Roof and Solar, 303-704-2449, 303-704-2449.
Look,
I have your phone
Was he
number,
substituting
so
in the past?
calls back,
You know what? I saw some stuff. I don't know about some stuff. I'll ask him about some stuff when he gets
might
back.
not have recognized the number and might have gotten a little freaked out. So if you want to text her or do that kind of thing off air to try to get her to call, that'd be great. Okay, great. Well, I will be standing by waiting. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. Take care. Bye.
Now you're slurping. You okay?
I've just been stuffy the last couple days. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's allergies or... I mean, Adam did have the flu, but I know I don't have that.
Did I miss anything good?
No. No, they're trying to get the girl on the phone, but she didn't answer.
Oh, she didn't answer.
I'm just doing very good. I'm not saying a word.
I know it's hard sometimes. Sometimes I have to. I mean, really, I do. I just have to. I feel as if it's my role in life because I know there's.
Hey, Tom.
I know 70% of our audience is thinking the same way, but almost none of them will say it ever. Not even in their own house they won't.
Wait a minute. Mark was overpowering you. What'd you say?
Okay, I tried to call the girl. Her name's Tanya. I have a feeling that she didn't recognize my number.
Okay.
And so I'm having Donna work with her off air to try to get her to call in. So that's first thing. Okay. Second thing is Bradley O'Brien is not available.
Okay. All right.
So I can get rid of Christy until we can get him back on.
Okay. That's what we're going to have to do.
All right, Christy, our real estate attorney is not available right now. I have your phone number, so I can try to give you a call back tomorrow if I'm able to get him. Okay? I left him a message. He's not answering.
I just got an email they're sending out, trying to sell out the last 3 or 4 shows of Zach Brown in the Sphere in Vegas. That would be a pretty good show. I can't just zip out to Vegas.
Why?
Because I'm picking my mother up or my mother-in-law up from Vegas on
Good morning,
Friday.
Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
Got it.
So I can't really leave her in Florida for my wife and I to fly back to Vegas to go to that concert.
It'd be a great show for the Sphere.
It would be. We're seeing Kenny Chesney in June.
That'd be a great one,
at the
too.
Sphere. Yeah.
We're
really looking forward to that. We got
Loudest
It's a
concert
cool
I've
venue.
ever been to.
Who, Kenny?
Kenny freaking Chesney.
That's crazy.
We went to
Mine's
Kenny
Metallica.
and
I've seen the
and
Who.
what's
Kenny
his
was
name?
louder.
Kenny and what's the other guy did the Round the Sun tour or something?
Was it Alan Jackson with him?
No, Married to Faith, Tim McGraw. They had a concert, together at Mile High about 10 or 12 years ago. That was a great concert. It was like 5 or 6 hours of, both of those guys.
I saw him separately up at Frontier Days, and always great.
Yeah, just great shows. I mean, good performers and very entertaining.
Trace Atkins was a blast up there too. He's
Haven't
another
seen
one.
him,
Super
but-
fun. Yeah, he may be done.
Yeah.
Because I think he technically has died twice.
Oh, that's great.
He is as a matter of fact, for a while, Sony Records on their website for him had a column that said 8 reasons Trace is tougher than you, and one of them was dying at work.
Minneapolis mayor to ICE, get the F out. The mayor is on the TV telling ICE to...
No offense, and I don't want to upset anyone, but we do kind of need to eliminate protesters.
George Strait was a great show.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Was he?
Really
Yeah.
good.
Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Myrna, what's happening? What's going on, Myrna?
Well, I called to just encourage everybody I know to use, if they have furniture that needs repair, to call the furniture doctor.
Oh, he's awesome. He's been to my house.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He is. I'm telling you, Monday I thought I put this off. I need to have it done. I just went to the phone directory. It said he'd been in business 35 years. I thought, that sounds good.
Yeah.
And I called him today. My chair is fixed today.
Wow. What did you have him do? What exactly was wrong with the chair?
My chair, it's a leather chair. I've had it for, probably 30 years.
Wow.
It rocks and swivels. It's a contemporary chair.
Uh-huh.
And it was swiveling. It wouldn't stay in one place. And I love to have my furniture kind of like lined up.
Yeah.
And so I call him and I tell him what's happening. He said, I'll come and look at it. He came the next day, which was yesterday. He looked at it. He said, I think I can order this part. I'll call you when it's in. It was in this morning.
Oh, my goodness.
He just left.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about...
I know, Tom, he actually did some work in my RV on some of our, Amish cabinets, these handmade cabinets.
Right.
He came in where one of our dogs kind of got a little, thought it was a toy, I guess, and made it look perfect.
Yeah, he does a lot of, I was surprised when you said he worked on the mechanical end of that swivel rock chair. But yeah, he can do all things, including recliners and stuff. And then as
What's
Mark
his name? I can't think of his name.
Is it Oleg? No, is
Oleg.
it?
Oleg,
Yeah.
that's it. It is. It's Oleg.
And he also does, as Mark pointed out, cosmetic repairs. And he's magic. I mean, on some of the stuff... he's magic, how he patches things. It's amazing. I believe he did a patch on one of our wood panels on a refrigerator. Yeah, well, Myrna, thank you very much. We love hearing good things from our people at referralist.com.
And I want to I pulled his number up. Anybody out there, I mean, it doesn't matter, mechanical, if you have ripped leather, if you had like a beautiful hutch a dog got a hold of, this guy, he's unbelievable and his pricing is unbelievable. 303-885-2210. 303-885-2210. You can always find them at referralist.com.
Yeah. Now, get your calls in now for the first time this morning. We just have some lines open. Let's start off this year the right way by solving your problems, or at least giving you a direction to go. It's good to have people weigh in on your problem, even as I said, if there may be an easy solution, maybe we have to call and intervene for you, and we do get results. When our show calls, when we have our deputies call, people get results. So you can call 303-MARTINO right now. We're on the air, and it'll come right through whenever we're on the air, but you don't even have to think about it. If you just call 303 303 Martino or 303-627-8466. What happens is when it's on the air, it comes through to our studio. If not, it'll go to our voicemail or our office, and we'll line you up for the next show. And that's how it works. 303-713-8255. The lowest prices on furnaces right now. RenewHomeInnovations.com. They say if you need a furnace, bar none, put them to the challenge. They will beat any price and give you the lowest absolute price for a replacement furnace. 303-904-2000.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Yeah, we still have a very quiet ride going on here. Not much to contend with. Watch for some slowing. This is going to be on Hamden, getting into the Inglewood area. There around Santa Fe, and it looks like River Point's been kind of slow. Don't see a lane blocked or anything like that, but looks a little unusual. I-70 to the east side, looks like around E-470. With that construction, we still have slowdowns.
U.S. Mortgage and Fix It, right?
Downtown to the Tech Center, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That Major Radio, we tell them what we did.
This report is sponsored by
We did that Alliance. We did Alliance.
Instead of staring at break.
Who's we?
Well,
Stand
back.
by.
Handle the traffic.
Sorry.
With Wi-Fi on board.
Well, you don't be sorry.
The hassle out of all your Colorado travel. Find your route today at ridebustang.com. That's ridebustang.com.
What will $39 buy you? Not much in today's world, but at Fix It 24/7, it could be the difference between a new furnace and making your furnace good for many, many years to come. Dirt and grime is the #1 killer of your furnace. They will do an extreme clean, tune, and check for just $39. They basically refurbish your furnace. They take it apart, they clean every nook and cranny, they put it all back together with a no breakdown guarantee. Just $39. Now, they can do the same with a water heater. They can do a drain and clean and flush and refill, and that gives life to your water heater. Either one. $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Now let's talk about getting a loan. If you want a loan, the best thing to do is to find out what's out on the marketplace. Never just take one source and then find the best deal for you. And when you're shopping, I encourage you to go to U.S. Mortgages and my friend David Szymanski, been around 30 years. They will find the best deal for you, and then you decide, is it right for me? In fact, right now they have a 5-year fixed rate at 4.99% or below. That's incredible. A 5-year fixed rate at 4.99% or below even, 6.04 APR. That can help you buy that house you want or refi and have room to breathe. And if rates go down even by 0.5%, you could refi free of charge. You're the lowest rate for life program with U.S. Mortgages, which means whenever rates go down, they refinance you free of charge, and there's no limit to how many times you can use it. So call my friends at usmloan.com. That's U.S. Mortgages, 303 low rate, 303 low rate.
What do they say what happened or anything?
No. It sounded like she tried to ram her
some
car
people
into
brought
something.
in a car, tried to run over ICE agents,
Yeah.
and so they opened fire. I hope they killed
Now,
someone.
what else are they supposed to do? I don't get the controversy
What
here.
are these fools doing out here other than trying to get arrested
What happened?
or
Well,
shot?
Where?
There was a Minneapolis, right?
Yeah.
Was it Minneapolis?
Yes, Minneapolis this morning. A bunch of ICE protesters were out there, and one of them tried to ram
They tried to
a
run
car
over.
into the ICE agents and got shot as a consolation prize, and it killed her. And so now we're really having a whole bunch of idiots showing up.
Well,
and
especially
trying to,
since that's the asshole that was dancing around in a burqa.
I like some of the Trumpers out there, though.
That mayor.
Look at that one guy.
Right,
He's
yeah.
asking for it, man. He's got a lot of proud people on him there.
Right. I don't know what his.
Oh!
He just caught one in the face from somebody, though.
What a.
Yeah, and look, cops aren't doing anything, are they?
Who is that guy? What side is he on?
He's definitely on the pro-ICE side.
You think?
Oh, yes.
His
Or
dress
he's
gives it
done
away.
too much cocaine to remember where he's at.
Is there such a thing?
Well,
He thought he was showing up for a rave.
I mean, he's out there in a tank top, got his wife beater on, and snow's all over the place.
And he's got all the protesters trying to kick his ass.
He's luring them all away.
I'm telling you,
like he's bait.
Oh,
and it's working.
God. How many people there actually have jobs? There's like 1,000 people.
That is their job, protesting.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna get me a job doing that. You know.
Yeah, they knew it was going to happen. You start trying to ram people, that's what happens.
Play stupid games.
I guarantee Walsh is so happy because all of a sudden we're not talking about, the $20 billion in fraud.
The Learning Center.
Yeah.
Learning Center.
Oh, God, that was the funniest. I swear to God.
I want one of those T-shirts.
I do too.
That money goes right to Nick Shirley helping him out.
No
he
shit.
deserves it.
It's crazy.
I just know I can go on the internet and type that in and instantly have a whole selection of
learning centers.
Well, go to Nick Shirley's YouTube and click a link there so you know you're going the right place because it's worth. It really is worth it. $40 for a nice hoodie from him.
What is it called?
Just Venmo him $40. Nick Shirley is his name.
No, what's the website?
Well, I'm just saying through YouTube. Look on YouTube for Nick Shirley. Make sure it's a verified account with. He's got a couple million followers now.
People were saying, how come Fox or someone doesn't hire him? I'm like, dude, he's making more now.
All you got to do is type in Nick, and he's the first one to come up. So.
Yep.
Quality Leering Center, right there.
The Quality Leering.
Here we go.
So bad.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-8255. Rick, welcome to the show. I'm hoping we can help you. These are really difficult problems. What's going on, Rick?
Well, I'm sorry to ask people for help, but unfortunately I need it. I am 72 years old now. I'm a 100% disabled vet. I've been a first responder and a teacher. Just to give you a little bit about my background.
Yeah. How did you become How did you become disabled, Rick? Are you disabled as a result of your service?
Veteran. Yes. Veteran, Vietnam era.
Okay.
And the two places on me, or at least the two that are the worst problems, are my knees and my back. I've seen the X-rays, MRIs, CAT scans, everything. My back is shot. I don't have anything there to help me. When I fall down, I can't get up. I have no strength in my legs.
Are you on? So tell me what income do you have right now? Basically, what's going on?
Okay, well, I do have veterans benefits and a small amount for Social Security, and it's taken up for all the necessary things just to survive.
Now, when you say you're on Social Security plus benefits from, so how much do you get from each? I'm just trying to get a picture here.
Okay, Social Security is around $900. VA, that's around about, I think, 35. I have to double check the figures. I think they've changed this year, but I think it's around 35. That I get $3,500.
So you get every month you get about $4,400.
Yes.
And you're saying, you can't make that work?
I've had to pay my own rent where I'm at, everything there. I've had to pay. It's taken for all the stuff that you just have to survive on. So I've not had money left over to do, other things, to save up and be able to, even take a trip, where I live, unfortunately.
Well, okay. But you do have enough. You do have a month for your rent and basic food right now, right? I mean, with And I'm not making it sound like you're rolling in money, but $4,400 a month is better than a lot of people are doing right now. I mean, I'm not trying to diss you at all. That's $52,800 a year.
Okay. I'm also right now where I'm at a assisted living place, which my money is taken up by that.
Wait a minute. Do they charge you the whole amount?
Virtually the whole amount, yes.
What? You're paying every penny you have in your assisted living? Holy crap. So you're paying $4,400 a month?
I've just moved in here. This is all.
How much are you paying? How much are you paying a month? I'm trying to come up with a budget here.
The amount that I remember was about $4,500 that I had to pay them last month to get started here. To the
what would your regular? I'm sorry to have to be so mundane about this, but what is your regular rent going to be at the assisted living facility? And by the way, I respect you. I thank you for your service, and all of that. I don't want you to take this as anything but trying to find the best solution. So, how much will your regular monthly rent be there?
Okay, I don't have that memorized right now. I don't mind sharing this with you. I don't mind getting this for you.
Sure.
I don't have it off the top of my head.
All right. Then here's what you need to do, and we're going to look for help. Okay, we're going to figure out what's out there. I need to know your literal monthly benefits, not benefits, your monthly expenses, because we're running out of time right now. Kachina, give him my private email that he can send this information. I want his monthly payments.
Imagine.
We want your monthly payments, Tom.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I like that's all he has. His entire store is all that.
Right.
I can't wait to get it. I'll wear it proud, too.
I
won't wear it downtown, but I'll wear it in Douglas County.
Heck yeah.
I ain't stupid.
Like my Gulf of America hat. I wear that.
It's very selective.
I wear that on the plane.
All right, Rick.
All the TSA guys
I'm going to go ahead and give
As long as you're going to
Tom's
Florida.
email address. And
down there, people
you
are like,
can email him the information, and that is tmartino.
Suzanne made me put up my hat that says, "Even my dog hates fucking Biden."
Shooter, all one word.com.
Suzanne wasn't down with that, huh?
No, even my dog hates fucking Biden.
That's awesome.
I have quite the Trump collection of hats.
tmartino at troubleshooter.com.
Yeah, there's certain. Oh man, Douglas County, in Castle Rock, they finally opened up superchargers. Beautiful too. They're fast as fuck, and there's probably 12 of them, maybe 16. Someone went through on the weekend, like at
Hello,
4 or
Mark,
5 a.m.
Shannon. Hello.
Cut off. Yes.
Yeah, buddy,
Okay, Kelly was giving out my fucking email over YouTube. Please tell her not to do that and to be mindful of that.
Send that information to Tom.
Tell her to use his phone number.
Now, come on, seriously,
I know.
please don't
we'll
fuck
tell her.
around right now. And we may have to take the feed down, man. I can't have that.
Yeah.
Do it. She wouldn't know she was on. So yeah, do it. Kill the feed, Tom.
Well, you don't kill it. You make it so it doesn't go back up.
Or whatever you got to do. Sorry about that.
Tom at tom.com. Right?
Right.
Rioter. What was she?
Just give him my cell number.
How can you allege to be a writer?
I never told him this, but
that's what I just
probably,
said.
I don't know, 5 months ago, I was doing your commercial,
if you're trying to run
yours,
over people with a car,
and the phone number I gave out was Tom's cell phone number at the end.
That's vehicular manslaughter?
I couldn't fucking, Suzanne looked at me. She was sitting there, and she's looking at me like this, and I have no idea because I have another commercial to do. I'm like, what? She's like, you just gave Tom's number.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
All right.
Kelly. Kelly.
So I've got to record music, and I make them too long. So then
then when they get put in the log and it sources out, then I have to, start cutting stuff out. Go, all right, make this work, make this work, make this work. It's just.
Can you do what?
Well, people are going to be complaining against Make America Healthy again. We want our fucking nasty food.
I can, but it doesn't always work so well. It does sometimes screw up the
Good
algorithm.
afternoon, Tom Martino Show.
They're only working within,
Hello, Joe. All right, hang on for me, and we'll get you up on the next break, okay? Uh-huh.
So with him, you'd be moving like 7 minutes into 9 minutes, and that's.
Yeah, that's terrible. Exactly. Same if you try and shrink it. You try and shrink something from 9 to 7.
That's a good point. Yeah.
It's just
18 to 17 to 30 or whatever their exact time is. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's why.
And then I'm going from different station to different station. So the spot blocks here are much different than the spot blocks over there. Plus, if Michael does a live, he does a live that's too long, and there are no lives. It's just
understood. And if they make you sit here and babysit it, just
no, not so much
drive
anymore.
Your car, find Brenda and just drive.
I can't wait to see the video of what happened in Minneapolis.
They don't care. The higher ups really don't care.
Hey, Tom.
And it's something new. So
and they are excited that it's not something new.
Right, exactly. So why do I care so much about trying to make it perfect?
Because we're stupid, and that's kind of where we peak.
Accurate.
And no
that
offense,
is
you know
accurate.
What I mean?
No,
because even like putting together.
Thomas.
I just got a complaint, not a complaint, a request from Ryan. Dude, when you're making the podcast audio, as I'm doing here during Martino, my hands full with this little angel, the smoking man from X-Files, he says, can you leave more of a gap?
Demonstrators rename Tehran Street after Trump.
So
Did you see that demonstrators in Iran rename Tehran Street to Trump Street? They gotta love that.
Is there any way you could do that, like from home or anything like that, so you don't have to
That place.
be here that
Hopefully,
long?
they get that thing
Yeah.
thrown here quick.
It's done.
It's done. Yeah.
Oh, it's done.
They've tried
Okay.
that.
We don't have.
Somehow that
Tepper
regime
wanted it
just
monitored,
crushes it after a
yesterday
while.
and Monday.
I don't know about
Okay.
this time, though.
Hey, Kelly, I'm just
can't get
wondering
a
if
loaf
you
of
can give
bread.
out my social security number and home address, too.
You're so fucking old. Your social security number is 7.
Hey, you're gonna be sued, by the way.
Your Honor, I will point out that he laughed. He was not being abused. He laughed.
7.
We were all thinking it.
Hot damn, at my age, do I get to put a lot away in a 401k? Holy shit.
Up at your front door.
I love it.
Pizza. Did you get your pizza?
No. How did you know how the fuck did you know I was just looking at the food site? How did you know that?
If we just heard your Ring camera going off and it's about time for your delivery.
No. I, honest to God, was just looking at the food site, and you say, what are you going to... Oh, man.
What are you getting?
We're getting Mexican... Dolce and I are getting Mexican food.
Do you ever get calzones, man? Calzones are delicious.
God, I love them. Holy shit. That's the Italian burrito.
Yeah, but it's all just bread.
Yeah.
Not if you get a good one, though.
Not
They're
a good
so
one.
delicious. But you're right, the cheap
Don't
ones.
get me wrong. They're good. They're delicious. I love them. But yeah, it's just so much freaking bread.
A lot of bread. Well, the one thing I can say about bread, though, is it does not break down into sugar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
right. Not at all.
Join us at 4.
Ripped off, bad news.
Turn your speakers down, Tom.
So you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where you can solve problems. Here we have a staff ready, willing, and able to go to work for you and to help you any way we can. So get your calls in. We've had a very busy morning, and we welcome your calls. This hour brought to you by K&H Home Solutions, window, siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for: quality, beautiful products, a 65-year-old strong company with heritage to honor all of their warranties. KHWindows.com, now with painting pros as well, KHWindows.com. John Fuller is with us. Fuller Law. He's a personal injury attorney. We can talk about some legal stuff here, and I do have some stuff here.
I want to ask him about the scooter. John, this lady got hit by a kid, a 12-year-old, on one of these electric scooters. Not the kind you sit down on, like the kind you rent downtown. Caused about $4,000 damage to her car. I was doing a little research during the call. I didn't realize most homeowners policies exclude anything motorized, and of course your car insurance won't go over to it. So basically, and tell me if I'm missing something, if you get hit by a kid on the scooter, unless if their parents actually have some money, there's nothing to go after insurance-wise.
Yeah, that may be the case. It's all going to depend on the policies and stuff. I mean, I haven't dealt with that exact issue. But if there's an exclusion for anything motorized, like that, then you're not going to get a payout. That doesn't mean the parents wouldn't be responsible, but you just have to go through the whole collection process, which means you're really going to be looking at your own insurance company, and that's,
Tom, I know your area, you don't see this a lot because you're kind of in your own little bubble there, but if you go to Castle Rock downtown or Denver, there's like packs of kids.
No, I know it.
15-year-old kids on electric bikes and electric scooters like gangs. And I mean, there must be accidents all the time.
Mark, I've noticed, like at a red light, or at a stop sign, you have kids, literally kids, but they're on full-fledged, they're not a motorcycle, they're motorbikes, they're electric bikes, but I swear to God, I mean, they're on the road. They're on the road.
But the other thing is that a lot of people don't know about is, these e-bikes are only able to go up to a certain speed, but you can buy an aftermarket chip and supercharge these e-bikes to where they'll do 30, 35 miles an hour. And I mean, that's on a bicycle.
If they run like a red light, like if one of these kids runs a red light and you end up hitting them and killing them, I mean, basically, and let's say it's all on video and everything, I mean, you're not at fault, right? I mean, it's just like any other accident.
Just like any other accident.
Yeah, except that most of these kids don't have insurance. So they're riding around full-fledged motor vehicles on the public highways without insurance.
Which is crazy.
You're right.
Just like 40% of people in cars.
Yeah, what else is new,
And I'm telling you, is there any responsibility now we're talking about privately owned e-bikes, of course. Now let's go to the ones that you rent with an app. Does the app
ones.
Do they have any responsibility because they are simply leaving these things out there for anyone to rent?
In my opinion, no. And here's why. They make it so impossible to come after them. Those companies are mired in 16 different layers of LLCs and partnerships and overseas corporations, and you're just never going to get to the root where there's any money there as an injured party. You're just not going to do it. The other thing is they make people sign the most onerous waivers that you can imagine, so that they're completely assuming the responsibility for not only hurting themselves, but any damage that they might do to somebody else. The good news is, I do think if you have a car and you're renting one of those scooters, you probably would have some liability coverage under your policy. I haven't had that case. I don't do work on the defense side, but if it's a motor vehicle, which I think you could make the case that it is, it'd be just the same analysis as if you were renting a car and got into an accident that you caused as well.
And somebody
Those
just
rental ones are heavy as hell. I mean, literally, if you're going top speed
Very
downtown
solid.
and hit a 6, 7-year-old or even a 10-year-old, there's a good chance you'd kill them.
Yeah,
now,
you're taking them out.
didn't I read where Denver is now clamping down on them? Didn't I read?
Just like the homeless and illegals.
Yeah, well, in other words, right now, though, you see these things on every street corner that people can rent. And again, it's the uninsured thing. I think they should be mandatory insurance on the app that when you rent it, you're being insured for the time you rent it. Because people right now are going to be damaged. And, John, you're not going to have anyone to go after.
Yeah, that's
Now-
possible. But, it's just like, I mean, think about it. Every time you take an Uber right now, they're giving you a receipt that shows, oh, the driver made this, and then we spent X number of dollars on insurance due to the trial lawyers in Colorado or some ridiculous thing like that. And, but the reality is, and even though that may be true, the alternative is what we had for the first few years before they mandated that insurance, which was the fact that you had Thunderdome, you had no coverage, you had people out there bootlegging, on their private insurance, and they'd always find a way to not pay because they were using it commercially, and it was just terrible. And so, some regulation is absolutely necessary.
All right, now let's talk about this caller. He wants to talk about a dentist. George, welcome. What's going on with you, George?
Hi, Tom. My name is George, and I had spoke with John Fuller last week about a dental issue I had.
What is the issue?
So I had went to a buffet, and they had sliced turkey. I bit down on a piece of the turkey, and unexpectedly there was a bone in it, and it hurt one of my teeth. This was a year ago.
Oh.
So I reported to them immediately, and they said to go see my dentist, and I did. And they sent me to a specialist who did what they call a 3D exam. And they said, well, we don't see anything really except for, pretty soon you may need a root canal. So I ended up leaving it go for a little while because it didn't really, it bothered me. But, once two doctors tell you or two dentists tell you it's okay, you figure, all right, I guess it'll be just fine. But a year later, it still was bothering me. I went back to the same two dentists, and they said, oh, well, we did another 360, and it looks like you have a cracked tooth, and you're going to need to get that extracted.
So the original X-ray didn't show the crack, though?
No, it did not show the crack. It has a crown on it, so it's very difficult to see.
Yeah.
And they said that. They said even now with the 360, it's their best.
So how much out of pocket are you going to be?
Yeah,
I'm
what's
curious.
the bottom line?
There's more to the story, though, guys. Let George finish telling it. George, you had some interaction. The people acknowledged the bone in the turkey, and they took responsibility for it. Tell the audience about how that went down.
So they did acknowledge it, like you said, and so they paid for the my dentist, and they paid for the X-rays. But they also had me sign a release saying, okay, well, if anything happens down the road, you're on your own for this, And again,
and that's where they're hanging their hat now.
You bet. So I asked George to call the show today because I think it's a valuable lesson that, these releases and these waivers and these things that we all sign without even reading sometimes actually have legal ramifications. And so in George's case, before he actually knew about the severity of the damage, because it took a year before it actually presented itself, they had prepared, their lawyers had prepared a release, very comprehensive release, and they paid for his meds, and I think they paid a little extra for his inconvenience and stuff, but George signed that only to find out later that his damages were worse. And the question that he posed to me was, can we go back to them now that we know it's worse? And so the lesson was that these things, the benefit of a release to both sides really is finality. And so the lesson here is that if you're not sure, you're assuming that risk, and that's part of what you do when you sign a release. Is you're assuming the risk that you're wrong, and they're assuming the risk that you're right and that your damages are what they are.
But that's always going to be the case.
Always the case.
Yeah,
but
both times you worked for us, both times when it was all said and done, we signed a release. That was it, right?
Yeah, and so, I invited George to call the show today to just, kind of explain that, these are the kind of things that before you sign a release, you may want to pick up the phone and call somebody like me. I don't really do, foreign objects and food, but I can certainly explain to George, had he called at the time, that you need to make sure that you're comfortable with this because you won't be able to revisit it down the road if something turns out being different. And so that was really the lesson, the lesson here is
that is a good lesson.
These things do have teeth and they will be enforced.
Wow. So once you make that choice and you sign, you're signing away. So what do people do in that case? Do they wait?
Well, that's one of your options. You just have to, listen, and there's nothing in life that's certain. But every time we do a settlement, that's the reason they have statutes of limitations. There has to be some finality at some point. And so we all take the risk of being wrong. Is a condition going to require surgery at 5 years or 10 years down the road? Maybe, but you have to be sure that what you're receiving today in compensation is taking that into account. Or you may be wrong, and there may be no recovery for that down the road. But the alternative is that they don't acknowledge it at all right now, and then there's still no recovery down the road. So it's just a matter of being as informed as you possibly can before you enter into an arrangement like that.
It was kind of good, though, that they actually stood up and paid for anything, or at least the apparent damage. We had one. Do you remember the Red Robin one, Tom?
No. What is it, Mark? I don't remember that.
Caller bit into a hamburger. Same thing.
Yeah.
There was something in the hamburger. Right. It chipped the tooth. They decided they weren't going to do anything because how do they prove something was in the hamburger?
Right.
Which is an argument, but who the hell makes up something like that? I'm sure it does happen, though. I literally walked them through logistically small claims court. They served them right there in the restaurant. I think it was the one in Castle Rock. And corporate wrote him a check for the dental work for $1,800, but they had to literally sue him to get the $1,800.
And sometimes you have to do that. But the point is that if George, now decided to go and do that, they would simply file a motion to dismiss, and it would be dismissed because the case is over, and he has fully and finally resolved that dispute with them when he signed that original release.
All right. We got more coming up. We got to take this break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More right after this.
Look, your body's unique, so why settle for a one-size-fits-all wellness plan? That's where Viome comes in. Viome uses advanced science to analyze your gut biome with a simple at-home test, so you know exactly what foods and supplements are right for you, all based on real data from your own body. And you know what? That's science you can trust. Go to Viome.com now and use promo code to save $50 on your full body intelligence test. That's Viome.com, promo code THRIVE to save $50.
The guaranteed lowest price, the best value anywhere. I can't say it enough. $39 will get you a complete furnace refurbishment if you haven't had it done before. Why? Because Fix It 24/7 for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Fix It 24/7 wants to show you the thoroughness of their services, and they want you to be their customer. So for $39, they'll come out and take your furnace apart and refurbish it, clean every nook and cranny, adjust and tune. The Extreme Clean, Tune, and Check, just $39 for people who haven't had it done. Take advantage of it now. We have plenty of winter to go. $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Joe Chiano, my friend at MyMoneyMyWay.com. We talk retirement. We talk annuities. I want to talk about the safety today of an annuity. As people get close to retiring, the bottom line is they don't want to have one day up in the stock market, one day down. They want that nice anti-anxiety guaranteed check. But besides the guaranteed money, what are some of the other benefits of the products you sell?
Oh, absolutely, Mark. One of the things that you said that made a lot of sense is that people that are nearing retirement or actually in retirement, they're looking for, like you said, safety and guarantees. And they want to have a guaranteed income for the rest of their life. And this is really what the annuity that we have actually provides people like that. We provide them with an income stream that they could never outlive.
No, even if they live to 110, they're still going to get that guaranteed amount of money every single month.
What a piece of money. Deputy Duck, for example,
That's
he
right.
has an annuity, and he has an income stream coming in because he wanted to make sure that the mortgage of the beautiful home that he has right now is going to be paid
Yeah,
for.
so what
for the rest
Deputy
of his
Doc
life.
did is after he retired, he was like around 60, 65. He took a lump sum of money that he had in the IRA and basically rolled it over into an annuity and turned it on immediately, and he gets a certain amount of money. Listen to this. Every single month till the day he dies. And he gets a cost of living increase every year. And on top of that, listen to this, people. If he cannot bathe himself, if he can't cook for himself, if he can't do certain things for himself, a long-term care benefit kicks in, which is absolutely unbelievable, and it doubles the payment. You have to call for the information. Go to mymoneymyway.com. Go there right now. Call up, talk to Joe. Get rid of that anxiety. mymoneymyway.com.
So did that kick in?
What's that?
All right.
On Doc.
Yeah, Doc had. That took me 20 seconds. Well, 2 seconds. Yeah. Hey, speaking of that, have you talked to Doc recently?
He's not feeling good.
Okay, I get it.
He had a flu or something.
Everybody's got that flu.
Oh my God! If some friends of ours flew into Cancun like 10 days ago, the husband was not. It's Suzanne's cousin. John was not feeling good, or Kyle was not feeling good on the airplane flying there. By the time they landed, got to the hotel, he didn't leave the fucking hotel. He had the flu the entire 7 days. They flew back. He didn't leave, man. I mean, like, didn't leave the room. And got back, and he's still sick. I mean, he's been sick 2 weeks. And he's like, I don't know, a little older than me, maybe 55, in really good shape. It's just amazing how it kicked him in the nuts like that. They don't believe in the flu shot. For everything I'm seeing, like...
Well, the flu shot this year was the wrong strain.
That's what I was going to say. Everything I'm seeing on the news, the reason the flu's so bad, it's the wrong strain.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, can you get a flu shot without getting that COVID shot?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I don't get that COVID bullshit. You can
Not
keep that
even.
mDNA,
mRNA.
RSPCT out of
Not
me.
even a chance.
The mRNA.
You keep that LBGQ, RMNA out of me, Jack.
You drive a Dodge?
I don't need something changing my cells around. You know, eventually what they're going to be able to do with that technology, though, is they'll be able to actually find cancer cells.
Right.
And instead of targeting it with poison, you know, they'll be able to go in there, attach to the cancer cell, and either change it or get rid of that one cell.
They're in
the
clinical
technology
trials
is
right
crazy.
now with that.
What's that?
They're in clinical trials right now for that.
Isn't that insane?
For people who had pancreatic cancer.
Maybe that'll be the future sex change, too.
Yeah.
You just inject them, and the next thing you know, they're a full-blown woman.
Just fix them, you know?
Just fix them right up. And then if you want to go back over the weekend, bam. It might take a little longer to grow the penis than to get rid of the penis. God, I can't even... Can you guys imagine where we're going to be at 200 years from now if this Earth is still around?
Advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's going on in your life? Let's talk to George. George, what's happening with you? What's going on, George?
Well,
It's kind of a long story, but
All right.
what happened was we booked a cruise with Holland America back in March.
Holland America,
And
okay.
we flew, right, and we flew down to Florida, and I have some tubes that come out of my kidneys because, well, it's a medical problem. Anyway, when we got down there, my tubes were all clogged up, and so we went to the hospital in Florida, and they admitted us and said, we're going to have to figure out what's going on. So in the meantime, my wife called Holland America and let them know that we weren't going to be able to make the cruise.
Yeah.
So Saturday I spent all afternoon and then part of Sunday into like the afternoon there, and I had a urinary tract infection.
Terrible.
Which they treated with antibiotics, and anyway, they said, I was fine to go, but by that time it was, before we did that, I said, well, is there any chance that we can still get on this boat? And the doctors there and the doctors back here in Denver said there's no way you should get on a boat and go out in the middle of the ocean until we figure out what's going on. So we had to cancel. We flew then back here to Denver.
Okay, now hold on. I got your story, but I just have a few clarifying questions. So when you flew to Florida, and you had to go into the hospital, did your wife call right when you were admitted into the hospital to cancel?
I don't know about right before, but not long after I.
Okay. And what did they say? What did they say when you called to cancel the cruise the first time? What did they say?
Well, my wife called, and she's not here right now. But they said, I guess they said, okay, we'll cancel your reservation. So,
what do you know what the terms and conditions are on that? What are the terms and conditions of the cruise? Almost every single time you book a cruise or a tour or some kind of travel, there are provisions for cancellation. What were the normal cancellation provisions?
We should have gotten insurance. We got insurance through the Visa card, but we did not get the insurance through the cruise lines.
Okay.
So
they offer CPP, a cruise protection plan that would have covered them most likely.
So right now, what's the issue today?
But hold on, Tom. He said something else. Did you buy any kind of insurance?
Something about credit card.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, through the Visa had some kind of cancellation.
What kind of Visa is it? What do you mean they had a cancellation, though? Explain that a little more.
Your card.
Well, I guess it's kind of if you don't get the service that you were, I don't know.
He's talking about
no, they don't have cruise insurance. Okay, so here's the bottom line. You went to Florida, you had to go to the hospital, you missed the cruise, and you did not have travel insurance. Therefore, what are you calling about today?
Right. Okay, well, we disputed it through both Visa, Visa and my wife was in contact with.
But why are you? I don't understand. Why are you disputing it?
Because we couldn't get on the boat.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying, but that's not a valid reason.
Yeah, but that's not their fault. You couldn't get on the boat, right? Usually, a disputed charge is for something that's defective or that is a fraud, right?
Yeah. I guess that's the way it
Did
works.
they give you a preliminary credit and then take it away, or where is that?
Visa upheld our dispute and said, that they weren't going to pay it, and so we thought, okay, well, it's all over. Then we went ahead and booked that same cruise in October, same cruise, and then we got a letter from Visa in July saying we're upholding your dispute. Don't worry about it.
But George, here's something you need to know, George. Here's something everyone needs to know. I just want to make this very clear. Visa and MasterCard are not official entities of the government. They're not a court of law. Many times people feel when they dispute a charge and the credit card company issues a credit or refuses to go through with the charge, when the credit card company sides with the consumer, many consumers mistakenly believe that the issue is resolved. And I want to say something very clearly. It's not resolved. And in fact, the creditor can go directly after the person who disputed the charge. The credit card agencies, they have no official standing whatsoever. The only thing they make a decision on is whether you can use the card or not. If they decide they're not going to let the charges go through on the card, it does not relieve anyone of legal responsibility. Okay, keep going. Go ahead.
Okay, but then, we thought, okay, we're off the hook. So you're telling us we weren't. But
That's
anyway,
right.
Then
That's right.
While we were thinking that, we went ahead and booked the same trip in October, the same trip.
With the same card.
Paid for it, and went on that trip.
Right.
And we're trying to explain to the cruise line that, you guys, the cruise line, you lost 2 people on the cruise in March, but then you regained those 2 people, so you're not out anything.
That's right.
Yeah, but at this point, you're not out anything according to your story. So where are we at, though?
Well, no, hold on.
Well,
George, before George goes on, George,
go ahead.
your reasoning, just real quick, they were out too because they had 2 spots on that cruise they could not rebook on a short notice. Go ahead. Keep going.
Right. Okay. But then we did rebook for in October, which we never would have done if we thought we still owed for the first one. We rebooked before we got Holland America to say that we owed for the first one.
So, George,
And
your
then,
credit
as a
card
matter of
company
fact,
came back and took away the credit, right?
Yes. The first one.
Right, I get
the
it.
Trip in March.
So now you're looking at being charged for
then-
2 cruises, one you couldn't take and one you wanted to take.
Right, and the second cruise that we did end up taking is a friend of ours went on that cruise with us. So they lost two bookings on the first cruise, but they made it up with a third.
Okay, George,
still out.
George, that reasoning doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a limited number of bookings on every cruise. The first time you canceled, they lost 2 bookings. They lost 2 bookings.
Right.
The fact that you took 4 bookings on the next cruise,
Three.
It doesn't matter. 3, 4, 5. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make up for the 2 that you canceled at the last minute. Your reasoning doesn't hold up because if you didn't take those, someone else would have taken them. It's not like you are saying to them, here's extra money to make up for our cancellation.
Right.
No matter how you look at it, George, you're subject to the terms and conditions of cancellation. And if they had a no cancellation policy within a certain number of hours, and and the fact is, that's what travel insurance is for. It's for people who get sick or hospitalized. How much did that? I'm curious about something, George. I know you didn't call just to be told that you're wrong. How much money are we talking about here?
They're trying to collect $5,200.
Oh my gosh.
All right, break when you can, buddy.
Okay, hold on. We got to take a break.
Wait,
we got
I'm
to
a
take a
little-
break. We got to take
What
a
do
break.
you mean by attempting to collect, though?
What he means is it's on his credit card. That's what he means.
Okay.
We'll talk about this though, and maybe some things you might try right after this. Oh my goodness! Holy crap!
KRFX
Holy
HD2
crap.
Denver.
KHOW, Denver. Denver's talk station. An iHeart radio station. Guaranteed human. Now, impact traffic.
Hey, we're still holding steady out on the highways and byways. There's one accident if you're out in Aurora trying to get on to 225 from 17th Avenue to southbound on the ramp. There's a crash there. May slow the freeway a little bit, but for the most part, it does look good. I-70 eastbound out near E470. Ongoing construction work slowing traffic just a little bit along with 270 at Vasquez. I-25, though, is pretty much wide open across the city. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This report is sponsored by the White House Briefing Room podcast with John Decker.
I'm John Decker. Join me weekdays for 15 minutes of no-spin White House coverage straight from the press briefing room. Subscribe now to the White House Briefing Room on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, if you're looking for a loan, shop around. U.S. Mortgages is a company I recommend. You can have them look in the marketplace, their mortgage brokers, to find you a great loan rate and terms and conditions you love. Now, here's what I have. Here's an example. They have a 5-year fixed right now for 4.99% or below. I say or below because they do have sometimes when you close, you can get it even lower than that. Call for the latest. That's 6.04 APR. Now, you can refi out of that anytime you want. In fact, when you get a loan with U.S. Mortgages, they'll refi you whenever rates go down. No lender fees, no appraisals, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use it. So call my friend David Szymanski and his team and ask them to find you a loan at a low rate. 303 low rate. 303 low rate.
It'll be my second time that we're going there.
Okay.
But no, I can't afford to go there every year.
It's that crazy, huh?
Yeah, for this particular trip, you know, there are cheaper ways to do it. But we wanted to go back. So there's predominantly two kinds of marlin down there, blue marlin and black marlin. The blacks are bigger and rarer, but they're only there for a couple months a year, and they don't even do like when we went down for blues. We went for a 4-day, 3-night fishing trip. They only do 7-day trips during black season because it's booked out, and we had to book out like 18 months in advance.
Okay.
To get the captain and during the moon phase during these seasons.
What you wanted.
What we wanted, yeah.
Do they interbreed out of curiosity?
Who, the marlin?
Yeah. They don't.
Blacks are blacks and blues are blues.
That's
They're
wild.
separate species. There's like 5 billfish basically in the world. There's blacks, blues, striped marlin, which you catch down in Mexico and stuff. White marlin, which you see up in like New Jersey and stuff. You see them other places, but predominantly up there. And then sailfish, which you see. Actually, there's a couple different.
You've caught those.
Atlantic and Pacific sailfish, yeah.
I think I've seen a picture of you with this sailfish for some reason.
So we caught sailfish down there, and I've caught sailfish in Florida, which Florida ones are Atlantic sailfish, and then the ones.
Which does a black marlin fight harder? Typically,
they tend to get pretty jumpy right at the boat. You know, so you have to understand that a 1,000-pound fish can't run for 6 hours.
No.
You know, they're good for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then they're like, we're done. But it's an intense 10 or 15 minutes, and it involves the boat backing up to the.
Oh, I've caught them. It was a 3-hour ordeal, though.
Yeah, they don't typically last that long.
But if it wasn't for the captain, I'd never catch that fucking fish.
Right.
There's no way.
No. Not at
Well,
all.
I would have had it on the hook, but I would have never fucking got in the boat.
The second one I caught was headed to, God knows, Hawaii or whatever. It was, and the boat captain circled around that fish and came up on the other side of it, and the fish pops up and is like, what the hell, you know, and I'm just like,
yeah,
cranking and everything, and that fish was like 450 yards out, and then we turned around, got in front of it, and it was just like, oh, done.
You know, mine probably wasn't 3 hours, but I'll tell you this, it fucking felt like it.
It feels like
I don't know. I'd have to
feels like
ask
you have a
Suzanne.
torpedo on the line. You know.
We sold ours when we got back. It was in Mexico.
Yeah.
So it was just her and I and the captain, and we were out there, pretty much a full day. Let's say back then it was $1,000 for the charter.
Right.
I sold the fish for $1,000. It paid for the whole thing.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, I'm not going to stuff.
They don't. That's one of the few places like we do not kill marlin ever, and
In
in
Florida.
most parts of the world you don't. In Panama you don't.
Oh, you don't.
No.
You just cut them, or what do you do?
You release them at the boat.
Oh, I figured the captain would take them in those
No.
places.
That's their lifeblood.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And in Costa Rica it's the same way. They don't kill billfish.
How far to the boat do you get them? Do you bring them in the boat?
Touch them.
Oh, you touch them, and then that's the catch.
They're right by the boat.
Wow, that's cool. But they don't come in the boat.
No.
I mean, you'd have to gaff them or
I
something.
mean, we kill everything, the meat fish like dolphin and tuna and wahoo and stuff like that. But
Did you hear that, everybody?
Yeah.
He kills dolphin.
I do.
I know, it's terrible.
Mahi, not dolphin.
Mother.
Not flipper.
Fucking poor flipper.
Food is here.
Not flipper. Uh-oh, Tom's food is
It's
there.
the cows of the sea.
How much time do I have?
None.
So,
I know.
Talk Station. Online at khout.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So here's the bottom line, George. Even though you were charged and they're charging you full tilt for this, you can appeal to them.
Right.
And at times, for hardship, there have been times where the cruise lines in the past have granted people grace. They don't have to, but they could. Where you're getting off base here is disputing it because you have no legit reason to dispute it. So, right now, where is that bill? Is it a balance on your credit card?
No, right now it's just the bill with Holland America.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
they've sent a letter and said if we don't pay, they're going to report us to a credit company. But can I just...
Go ahead.
Our appeal to them is, we understand we didn't get the insurance,
Right.
but I could have died or had to been medevaced off the boat or
Right.
something.
That's right.
If I would have gotten on that boat, like I said, the doctors.
George,
and,
no one's dispute. George, I don't think anyone disputes that.
Yeah.
See, a lot of times consumers feel if they have a good reason, they can get an exception.
Yeah, well, that's exactly.
Yeah, and I understand. I understand your. I understand your reasoning. I understand it. I get it. You're saying, look, there's nothing I could have done, and it could have been disastrous had I gone. But you see, they still lost 2 bookings on that. They lost it. I mean, you left and they couldn't fill it. So they had 2 unsold places. And again, Visa is trying to make you happy. That's why they took it off your bill because you're a Visa customer. Now the cruise lines,
they put it back on there.
No, they didn't. As a matter of fact, George said
they're trying to collect it themselves.
They're collecting it directly. And George, this has happened many times in the past where people have disputed a charge. And it's not just for cruise, but they disputed a charge. The charge went away on the credit card, but the creditor, the business, was able to go after the consumer directly. My question is, how bad will they really pursue this, do you think? Do you think, I mean, they may not pursue it, George. They may not.
Yeah, all they've said so far is that they're going to turn it over to a collection agency. They have not done that yet.
How long ago did you get the letter saying that they were going to turn it over?
God, I don't have that right in front of me here, but probably a month or so ago.
Yeah, they will turn it over at some point.
You think so?
At least, yeah, because if they're going to write off that as a bad debt, they're at least going to have to turn it over and make efforts to collect it. So you probably will get a call from some collection agency at some point.
Yeah. Well, you know, again, our thing is we realized they lost 2 on that one, but
You're not going to, there's no way to change your mind on that. But listen, it's like a hotel room.
Yeah,
if I cancel a hotel room and the hotel room sits empty on a Monday because I just canceled, they never can get that time back. They lost that income.
Right.
No, I understand, but if I then went on Friday then and booked that same room,
it still doesn't recoup the money that I lost from
George,
Monday.
you prevented them from selling that to somebody else.
George, I don't understand why you do.
I understand.
Okay, all right, good. See, what George keeps reasoning that they would have lost it even if he went because he would have had to been medevaced off. But the point is.
Yeah, but he would have paid for the medevac.
Yeah, I know. See, the whole thing is terrible, George. By the way, I hope you're doing better. How are you doing health-wise, by the way?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm fine. I've had these tubes for like 4 years.
Wow.
As luck would have it, that's the first time they ever.
By the way, George, what is this condition where you need tubes in your kidneys? What is it called?
Well, I had prostate cancer.
Oh.
And so I did, I'm not sure if it was, I guess it was radiation that took care of the prostate cancer, but in so doing, it rendered ineffective, everything below.
The tubes run from the kidney to the bladder, it looks like.
Wow. I hope you're doing okay.
Exactly.
Well, I hope you're doing okay, George.
No, I'm doing fine, and like I said, I've had this condition for 4 years.
All right. Too bad.
Never had the tubes.
Yeah. Always listen, people, as we get older, we need to buy travel insurance, for goodness sakes. Okay.
Yeah, I learned a lesson.
Yes, thank you very much. John, listen to this one. Have you ever heard of this one before? I got a text here from somebody who said that the insurance company, in an effort to discredit this person, I don't know if it's he or she, I'll just say he, in an effort to discredit him, they went to his social media to show his activities. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Absolutely.
What? Okay, hold on. Hold that thought. We'll come back to this. I'd like to know about that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, impact traffic.
Starting on the north end of town, a new incident on I-25 southbound approaching Thornton Parkway. Right lane blocked due to a crash. This was just a shoulder block. Looks like crews have just shown up to block that right lane. Slow traffic back from 104th. Otherwise, pretty quiet drive throughout town. South of that crash, some normal slowdowns on I-270 east and westbound. Around I-76, pretty standard slowdowns for the afternoon commute. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
You know, it's really, really terrible to be a landlord in Colorado these days, but there are markets around the country where being a landlord pays off because there are strong rentals, good laws, and strong equity when you sell the rental. Vestera Turnkey is in the business of finding the best markets around the country to buy rentals and then having the management companies to help you make the rentals, and they even help you with day-to-day business. So if you want to be a landlord and you want someone to hold your hand through the whole process from 1 to 3 years, selling for great profit, go to VesteraTurnkey.com. 303-888-3788. That's 303-888-3788.
You know, CMG Financial has the smartest home loan you can get. It's a fluid line of credit. You can borrow up, you can pay it down, and all the money you keep in their bank account, checking and savings, offsets any interest you pay. And it's simple interest. Most people that have it pay off their house in 7 years. Think about what I just said. CMG also does reverse mortgages, and they do them for the lowest fees and the best interest rates. You got to call John Clace. These guys loan out. They're direct lenders. They are the bank. Over $2 billion a month across every state in this great country. I don't care if you're listening to this on a podcast in Hawaii. For the best home loans, I want you to call John directly, 303-882-6679. John Clace, CMG Financial, 303-882-6679.
Who do you guys use for your health insurance every year?
We're on the exchange, Compass, man.
Definitely have.
We've had
prerogative
those.
to do
Suzanne and
that.
I have had.
What,
even when I had my
Mark
good
was
years,
saying is
man,
that
all
it's
my
an
employees,
uphill
everybody, and my computer
climb
stores.
for you.
We
So,
have been a
you know,
Kaiser
just
family
keep that in
forever.
mind when
We
you're
have had
going
Kaiser
through
for
the process.
fucking ever. Yeah, I know you hate Kaiser.
But even I mean, they don't have Kaiser in Florida. My wife's a Florida resident, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't be an option even if it was an option.
No, there's definitely drawbacks on the insurance side of it, as you pointed out, and we literally dealt with. They're a pain in the ass.
Right.
So, but as far as how they do everything, I do like it.
Yeah. We're just at a point where my wife just retired and we've had our health insurance.
Yeah, I understand what you're
Call
trying
Compass,
to
though.
do,
We're
but
on.
you know, just
Or not- I'm
keep in
sorry,
mind
John.
that you know
John,
you might
not
have
Compass,
a little bit of
Integra.
an uphill climb. That's
I
all
was
they were
thinking
trying
homeowners.
to elucidate.
Yeah, I can't do anything with Compass. I mean, they're great, but they don't do anything out of state. So we have boats, we have cars, we have properties, we have other stuff that don't.
Yeah,
that aren't
absolutely.
here.
Well,
Yeah.
you have a wonderful rest of your day, okay?
But we have like till June or so on her health insurance, and then we have the option of going on Cobra. For a long time.
I wouldn't do Cobra.
Well, you would if you have no other option, but that's why we're trying to evaluate and find options now, so that in 6 or 7 months when that runs out, we know what direction to go.
You're gonna find you're gonna want
Okay,
an HSA.
all right. Well, you have a wonderful rest of your day, okay?
Because none of it matters.
Okay, happy New Year back.
The out of pocket, whatever it is, let's say between the two of you is, I don't even know, 15 grand, 16 grand compared to 12 grand. It's going to mean nothing to you. So it just doesn't. You just get the highest HSA of whatever company you want to get it through.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be anything that happens, you're going to be out of pocket anyhow. It just doesn't even matter.
Right.
If the difference between 10,000 out of pocket and 16 for a year for a couple makes a difference, fine. But your monthly payments are so much cheaper with the higher deductible.
Makes up for it.
Yeah. But you're going to find it all. Well, in Florida, it's going to be a lot better than Colorado because Florida has. Do you have to buy it here or there?
I don't know. That's the whole thing because I'm
That's
still
where you
a
gotta
resident
ask John.
here, and she is in Florida, and so we're kind of in this weird.
Yeah, you got to ask. That's where you just call up John and ask him. Say, where do we get it? Because he'll know all that.
Right. Because I may.
You might even be able to choose for all I know.
I may have to take my residency to Florida, which, you know.
It's not a big deal, is it?
No, I'd still have to pay taxes and stuff here for money earned
It's like a
here.
football player.
But my law license is in Colorado, and so I was always a little leery about taking the residency outside of Colorado when I have a license and a business and taxes and
Yeah, I know.
home and all that stuff. So we've always just had it separate. And, you know, there was a definite advantage to having her down there because not only do they not have income tax in Florida, but they allow you to homestead your properties, and that saves a lot, like 10 grand a year.
Couldn't you have both have a primary residency or they don't?
Yep, you can.
We have one in separate states.
Yes, you can both have a primary residence.
Yeah.
I have that.
Where's your other one?
No, I have one and Stephanie has one.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
But in Florida, you may remember this. They have a big homestead thing where you can kind of like designate that home as your homestead, and it caps the amount of growth that you can be taxed on, and it also saves you a lot of money on like school district taxes and all.
And it
these
can
other
help you
things.
from creditors too.
It can be huge. Yeah, creditors for sure.
Texas
but
is similar.
They may be. I don't know how.
From 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hey, Tom Martino here with Marc Mager. And then our guest today is John Fuller. And we talked about social media, so I want to finish with that. Now, this person was claiming personal injury. They didn't get into detail, but said that the adjuster literally brought up in conversation his social media, and he was shocked that they were stalking his social media.
You mean like he was saying he's disabled or had a broken leg and his social media is out there playing soccer?
It was about pain and suffering, and he said they were using it to dispute his pain and suffering. John?
Listen, anything that you put out there into the internet is public. I mean, it's available. It's not private. You have no expectation of private for stuff that you post on Instagram or Facebook or whatever. And so don't be surprised when these insurance companies go out there and they look you up. And if you're out there, claiming that you're incapable of doing the activities of daily living and the things that you do for fun and going snow skiing and water skiing and all this kind of stuff, and then you're posting pictures of doing just that, it's not going to work out well for you. And we've had cases where, they've hired people to go and surveil our clients.
Oh my God.
Our clients basically do it to themselves. And we tell clients every time, the initial stuff from our office talks about, look, you can't be posting anything out there on social media because it's just too risky. So yes, it happens. Don't expect that there's any privacy with stuff that you post. And above all, just be honest. That's really the part of it.
Hey, listen to this.
If you try to, it's fraudulent. And,
It is.
I mean, you could probably get in legal trouble as well, right?
Now,
or
there
criminal
were people,
trouble.
by the way, now I've heard of this happening, John. In fact, someone contacted the show years ago. They were on disability and they got their disability taken away because it showed them playing with their kids and having cookouts and walking their dog and all of that and working out at the gym. Somebody stalked the damn guy and they took away his disability.
I don't doubt it. I mean, I recall years ago, I was in a mediation one time and I had a client that swore he could barely walk. And they put up a video of him sprinting across the parking lot of a 7-Eleven in the rain, and that was the end of our mediation. So it happened.
All right, we got another hour to go. 303 Martino. Get those calls in. It's a great time to get them in right now. 303 Martino.
Yep, we'll see you right after this on the Troubleshooter Show.
Why do I hear an echo on this? Is it Tom's deal?
Yes.
Yeah, I had my speaker up. Sorry.
He's got a monitor, and he's playing it on the monitor, and he's got it on the monitor, so by the time it loops back to the studio,
Fatal shooting of a woman inside her vehicle. Poland
Okay.
We found this dentist in Elizabeth, and I love the fucking guy, but what I really love is we don't have dental insurance,
Right.
so we pay. Our
Is it like a
teeth go good.
concierge thing, or?
No, so each month we pay whatever. I don't remember what it is, and then you're pretty much handled for most things. I mean, unless you have like a root canal or some shit, but it's great. It's absolutely great. We used to have Delta Dental when I had the Goodyears
Oh,
and
that,
computer
they
stores.
suck.
They're fucking. It's like not even having insurance.
They don't cover anything.
Yeah, now that you don't have good coverage for your wife, wait till you.
Yeah,
learn
but I
the
mean,
new system.
we still do, but it's just the end is near, And she may get another job too, just to get insurance, We don't
Could
know
be
for
worth
sure.
it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I get jealous of is fucking Tom and the Medicare is like, if you buy
Right.
all the fucking bells and whistles, it's the best thing in the world, man.
Right.
Maybe next to whatever Congress has.
Well, it certainly isn't Obamacare.
I got so screwed by Obama. We spend. Literally, we're healthy people. And it's just the two of us now. Our kids have better
Yeah.
insurance than we do at this point. We are at 13 times 12, plus then our out-of-pocket is like another 12. I mean, we're like 30,000 before fucking benefit one. So basically, we pay
But you mean that,
$30,000.
you say that in terms of your premiums plus your deductible,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've heard you say that before. And I'm like, fucking way he's paying that much for it. But
Your deductible, our deductible's $1,300 a month, or not deductible, our premium, $1,300. But before they cover anything, I think it's $15,000 out of pocket or $14,000 out of pocket. You follow what I'm saying? So if you have something done, it makes sense. But you have to have it anyhow.
So we're gonna get
But is that a first dollar deductible, or is it like a 20% copay deductible?
Well, because I'm a high ACH plan, it's kind of weird, man. I would say it's like maybe 40% up until the out of pocket, then they cover 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that makes better sense.
But like the only time it's made sense for us, there was one year I had a sinus surgery, and that same year she had an eye surgery, I believe. But between the two surgeries, it was probably $50,000. I mean, listen, surgeries are expensive as shit. I don't care how minor it is. It's
Right.
crazy. But really, other than that year, I mean, it's just insane how much we spent.
Yeah.
And before Obamacare, so take like 2015, 14, we were paying, and all my employees, I was paying half for my employees and their spouses through Kaiser, and for Suzanne and I and the two kids, I was the employer, so I'm literally paying both of my own. I mean, it was $500 a month.
Yeah.
I mean, that was for 4 people.
Right.
And it drives me crazy when they say everybody's premiums going up. That's on the, on the state care. Bullshit. The premiums aren't going up. The tax credits are going away. Yes, premiums went up 5 or 10%, but people whose premiums are doubling, it's not because Kaiser doubled their premium. It's because their tax credits are going away.
Right. Yeah, I don't think there's any confusion about that. But I'm really glad that they let those expire, because I think the only chance of them actually doing anything will occur only when the shit hits the fan and these rates have gone up.
Oh, they better not fucking fuck with it. If they extend those again.
No. That's my whole point. Is the only chance we have of them
fixing
anything is only when the shit hits.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here, along with Marc Mager and John Fuller as our guest today, personal injury extraordinary attorney and legal mind. And we do have some texts, and whenever I read a text, I get more texts. One was about social media, and we should really talk about that. Everything you put, this guy seemed insulted. Again, I don't know if it's a guy or a gal, but I say guy. Seems insulted that he had an insurance claim. They were fighting a personal injury case for pain and suffering, and the adjuster had his social media account up and was being used as evidence that he wasn't suffering as he said he was. This guy was shocked and actually said, "Isn't that an invasion of privacy?" Well, I often find that funny when people post everything in their life on social media, and then someone comments on it and they say, let me live my life the way I want. You have no, here right. They are putting it out there for everyone, and then actually have the audacity to feel violated when someone comments on their personal life.
Well, it's crazy. It's like, let me make sure I understand this right. You are upset because there are photographs that prove that you're lying about the damages you suffered in the accident. Who are you really upset at?
Right. That you're an idiot, that you did it. Because if you say, I can hardly move, I'm depressed, I don't feel like going out anymore, they show you at ball games, they show you out with cookouts, with friends, or just having a grand old time, they can use that against you.
I had a client one time that posted a video of himself on Facebook in a bong smoking contest.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I mean, I can't make this stuff up, but he won the contest. It didn't help his litigation case any, but
Now, by the way, go ahead. I'm sorry. Did you have more on that?
No.
I know. Of course not. Now, here's the deal.
Hold on. Some of my favorite examples are more like when Gavin Newsom closed down everything in November 2020 and then went out to restaurants in Napa County and had dinners. And I mean, think about that. And then the idiot took pictures of them.
Right.
Or Nancy Pelosi getting her hair done was captured.
Or Polis saying, exactly. How about our own governor saying, hey, we don't want you going to church and worshiping during this 100-year kill spree with COVID, but my God, don't close the liquor stores and make sure the weed stores open on time.
Yeah. And then, of course, we had our whore-loving mayor, and remember, he's forget
Webb.
Anyway.
Not Webb. I'm sorry. What was his name?
Yeah, Hancock. Remember, he was taking a trip for the holidays and telling everyone to stay home for the holidays.
I'll tell you, one of the most awkward moments I have had in this radio station is when you and I got into the elevator on the 4th floor.
I know.
And guess who hops into the elevator with us? The horror-loving mayor. And the horror-loving mayor looks right at Tom and goes, "Hello, Tom."
Yeah, I know.
And Tom goes, "Hello."
I know. Because, I mean, it's just, he was a terrible mayor. He really was. But you know what? He's
better than who we have now.
I know. That's Mark. I was just going to say that. I actually long for the whore-loving mayor rather than the guy we have now who is a complete idiot. I mean, the guy we have now, Johnston, is a complete idiot. I don't know. How else do you describe him? I mean, where he literally is in favor of crime and everything just to take political stances. I mean, don't you dare try to clean up our streets. Don't you dare, everybody, you're all welcome here. Keep coming here. I mean, it's like we'll spend all of our money and if we have to lay off our employees, so be it. It's just terrible.
Hickenlooper was even better than both of them put together, at least with the homeless problem. He came up with something that worked. It's called one-way bus tickets. He'd hand out one-way bus tickets and a sack lunch to go to California.
Okay, now we're having fun, but let me recap some stuff. I posted on YouTube and other social media 5 complaints I've gotten the most of over the 2025. So there are the problems. They're in a short video showing the biggest problem. What do you think the number one problem was for 2025? Contractors. That's it. Paying money up front, getting little or no work. That was the number one problem. Paying contractors. And if you want to know the rest, you have to go to the videos on our YouTube Troubleshooter Network or our Facebook referral list on Facebook, or you have to look at my Instagram, Real Tom Martino, or Twitter or whatever. Anyway, so talking about problems, though, somebody said they did not clear understand. They thought if they dispute a charge and a charge is taken off their account, they're no longer responsible for it. And they want to know, how do they have the nerve to come after them? Can't they use that dispute in court as proof they're not responsible? John, explain that. I mean, it seems to me so logical. It's amazing what people believe. So explain that. You charge something on your charge card. You have a dispute. You say, I don't want to pay it. Right? So now you don't pay it, let's say, and the credit card company, Visa or MasterCard or whatever, they take it off your account and say, okay, you're no longer responsible for this debt. Now, does that have any legal ramifications for people paying the debt?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, to suggest otherwise would be to suggest that somehow, as a consequence of accepting credit cards, that they would have to agree that anytime the credit card company decided that it wasn't a valid charge, that they would honor and agree to it and not get paid for their service or product. And I just don't think that you would get mass acceptance of credit cards if those were the terms that you had to give up, to be a vendor. So,
right.
It's just not the way the world turns.
So when you take a credit card and you're a vendor and somebody contests the charge and you fight it, if the credit card company says you're not responsible anymore, well, then you still can go after the individual. The credit card company does not have any legal standing to say whether you owe the money or not. All they can say is whether or not they're going to let you use the credit card to collect the money. So right. In this case, he booked a cruise. He had to go to the emergency room. As a result, he could not take the cruise. The Visa card, I'm shocked, actually, that the credit card removed the charge. I really am.
A lot of it's relationship with the bank, man. It really is.
Yeah, in other words, they wanted to make the customer happy.
Yeah, so if you're charging $300, $400, $500, a million a year, let me tell you, they'll dispute and not pay whatever you tell them to.
Now, Rick disconnected before we could tell him. He's a 72-year-old disabled veteran with bad knees and a bad back. He's on Social Security for $900, plus he gets $3,500 in VA benefits. So he's getting $5,280 a year. He's in assisted living. He says he needs financial assistance. I'm not going to read a lot of the texts I got. I got some texts that were not sympathetic at all, saying, I wish I got $52,800 a year. And of course, this guy's a disabled veteran. He deserves every penny he's getting. But the question is, why is he in dire financial straits?
Yeah, but that long-term care facility, my God, they've got to gobble up probably 90% of it. I mean, that's how they get paid. Long-term facilities in Colorado are about $10,000 a month.
Yeah, they're expensive. Anyway, somebody did say, and I saw the text, that VA does have other programs for people for additional assistance, and he ought to look into Veterans Administration. One guy said, Tom and crew, this. Hold on. A few people. This is about the other woman. A single mom can contact Family Promise of Greater Denver for homeless families. They are a temporary housing and homeless resource nonprofit. They are an amazing resource to help people get stabilized. There are a lot of this woman called, and she is her friend called, and this woman's about to be homeless. She has no money. Her husband left her, and she has a kid, and basically she's on her own. She doesn't have transportation. She doesn't have savings. She's back $1,500 for this month's rent. She's going to have $2,200 due on the 1st of February. She's in really bad in a bad position right now. And somebody else texted me and said, Tom, there are numerous people in this position right now. We are heading for a crisis. More and more people are facing homelessness. And I think it's true. But I just have to tell you, I don't know what the answer is.
Well, I'll tell you one of the answers, and this goes back to the guy with the $52,000 a year. You own Wave 8. You are a financial genius. Let me ask you this: if all the money that the average Joe put into Social Security over the years was put into either, let's just say, a fixed annuity at 7%, or just some fund,
unbelievable.
We'd all be millionaires.
In fact, if you took some of these insurance companies that Joe Chiano deals with for annuities, and if people right now in America, right this minute, if every single person had to put their money in, let's say, one of 3 annuities, right? You were forced to do it. As instead of Social Security, instead of the government getting their grubby hands on it, let's say every single American had to pay in to, let's say 3, they pick 3 or they pick one of 5. It doesn't matter. Do you understand that these private insurance companies in a private annuity, people would have more money than they knew what to do with?
It's amazing. And all that money, think about that. We put into Social Security, it doesn't grow with any interest.
No, not.
In fact, they steal from it to pay for daycares that don't exist, for Christ's sake.
But Mark, why wouldn't they ever do it? Because they use the money. It's a hidden tax
fund.
That's exactly what it is. But really and truly, private individuals can do better with the Social Security system.
I'm hoping Trump comes up with something. I realize you can't cut it off anywhere. Take you and me. We paid into Social Security forever. We need to get out what we're supposed to. But at some point, you should be able to say, anybody born in 2027,
that's right.
Bam.
If you're born at a certain date forward, your money now goes into one of, you select, let the government clear them. In other words, they have to have a certain,
and they can't touch it. They can't touch it.
Right.
It's almost like a 401k.
Right.
It's yours.
It's a legit company. The government legitimizes the companies. You get to choose one of 3 or one of 4 or one of 5, or like Mark, like you said, a 401k. You make it so this money must be set aside. You can't opt out of it, okay? You must put this money away, but you get to put it away in the annuity of your choice. Honest to God, people...
Yeah, and think about it. And you can't borrow from it like a 401k, and I'll tell you why. Because people will borrow from it and never pay it back, and then we're back to the safety net.
Imagine the money people would have in retirement, and the economy would thrive.
The elites, here's the problem. The elites want all of our money, and they want to keep us paupers down. Simple as that. They're a bunch of thieves, and that even goes for local government.
And what's really weird is whenever anyone talks about privatizing Social Security, people become crazy. They go, oh my God, they're trying to take away our benefits.
Crazy? The politicians become crazy over it because their money's going to go away. It's just like Obamacare. Who doesn't have to have Obamacare? The people in Congress.
But here's the deal, truly. they can't do it because they borrow from it. They owe so much to Social Security. There's no money in Social Security.
Yeah, but the reason they borrow from it is all the BS we're finding out. Hopefully, this trend will continue over the next presidents, and we'll actually cut out all this crap.
I hope so. Anyway, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. We're talking about your problems, questions, and complaints, and we want you to call in now. Don't let problems sit too long. Let's make 2026 the year that we tackle them. 303 Martino, 303-627-8466.
Welcome to the most wonderful time of the year, when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, scream in terror, and start looking for new ways to save money. If that's you, why not cut your wireless bill in half with a saver plan from Pure Talk? You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast 5G network for just $20 a month. Ho, ho, ho. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will help you switch in minutes. Again, talk, text, and data for just $20 a month.
Sheridan Auto Tech. I love talking about Sheridan because they have honesty, integrity, they have value, they have longevity, expertise, and it's everything you want in an auto repair facility. They do light and heavy maintenance and repairs. They also do pre-buy inspections on used cars. They have plenty of parking, a beautiful, secure facility on Colfax west of Wadsworth. I love the place. You will too. And the staff. Uncle Kevin and his team treat you like family. 303-455-7242, 455-7242, SheridanAutotech.com. Hey, this is not to be trifled with. If you need a defense attorney, Joe Lazara, I'm going to make it that easy. Okay? I'm not going to get into your personal life. Some people make stupid mistakes. Some people are falsely accused. Whatever it is, don't ever try to face a criminal charge, a DUI, a traffic offense on your own. Lazzara. Here's what I love about Joe Lazara. He will talk to you free of charge up front and give you free legal advice. If you decide to hire him, there's no obligation. But if you do, it's a flat rate. He gives you a flat rate for your particular case. LazzaraLegal.com or find him at referralist.com or call him directly at the first sign of trouble, 303-429-6200, 429-6200.
Okay, listen to this. We just talked about annuities. MyMoneyMyWay.com. If you're close to retirement and you want to take a lump sum, I'm not saying take everything you have in an IRA and dump it into an annuity. To me, that'd be crazy. But if you want that guaranteed money, you take a portion of it. You turn that lump sum into a guaranteed payment every month till the day you die, and you can't outlive it. Doesn't matter if you live to 90 or 120. Well, that'd be nice, but you get the idea. And then some of the benefits to it. The 15% bonus right at the very beginning. Your money starts to grow immediately. And the other thing is the long-term care rider. That check you get each month, guaranteed forever. If you can't feed yourself, bathe yourself, cook for yourself, it doubles. You got to go to MyMoneyMyWay.com. Call up Joseph. Call up Jordan. Talk about your situation. Guaranteed retirement money. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Criminal defense attorney. I talked to Joe on this. Lazara, it's so crazy. I don't understand. I said, well, I understand, like, you have a flat rate on a DUI. I can get that. You've done a million of them. You know how this is going to look. But what I don't understand is when he takes on, like, a domestic violence and they're going to fight it the whole way, go to trial, everything, he still, regardless if they end up in trial or if they end up taking a deal or a murder case, he still does flat rate. For the life of me, it's a great deal for the person. They know what they're up against. But as an attorney, not knowing if you've got a year-long trial that you're going to be doing, I don't know how you do it.
There's no such thing as a year-long trial.
Well, not a year-long trial, but a year-long prep. I mean, depositions and...
There's no depositions in criminal cases.
There isn't?
Not in Colorado.
I didn't know that.
No, there's not.
Okay.
So you go to trial.
So that's it. It's in and out.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's done 100 of those, 1,000 of those cases, you know?
So to you, it makes sense.
I used to do the same thing.
A flat rate.
Not on every case, but on most cases, yeah. I mean, even a bad case, sex assault or something like that, you know? I mean...
Because you know what's happening.
Yeah, I'll tell you sometime.
You know the time and energy it's going to take.
Right.
That's the bottom line.
Right. If you wanted to...
Yeah, I see you got to watch it.
Yeah, I'll explain the pricing model.
Okay.
At some point.
Yeah.
But that was explained to me early on, and it works, you know.
Yeah, I just didn't. I guess you're right. It is different. I was thinking more of just cases I've been involved in aren't criminal. I mean, my God, man.
Right. No, you don't have depositions.
Just going through discovery costs $1 million fucking dollars.
Yeah, we don't have the massive discovery disputes and all that stuff. I mean, you're probably going to have a motions hearing and stuff, but you know, there's a fairly predictable time component to most cases, and you can kind of predict where you're going to be on it. So you may be off in a case.
And then if you have to have, I would assume in his probably agreement or an agreement, someone doing flat rate criminal, you know, if you've got to hire a expert pathologist or something, that's probably a whole different thing. I mean, I don't know. I would assume so.
Yeah. Well,
or a forensic
that's generally
guy.
Extra. The hiring experts and stuff is usually over and above the fee.
What do you think a first-time DUI? A first-time DUI, time-wise, takes a seasoned attorney? Hours.
Well, most of what you're buying is that seasoned.
Of course you are.
You know, you're buying the experience
of the attorney,
the experience,
the relationships,
the skills, and that kind of stuff. You brought your own set of facts, so that doesn't cost you anything. What they do with it is what you're buying. But in terms of hours of prep, I mean, there's not hours of prep to get ready for an evidentiary.
Erie Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. Welcome with Marc Mager, John Fuller. We do have some texts, and this one I want to get to right here. Okay. I was hit by a rideshare driver. The driver says they were off the app at the time. Uber says they're not responsible. What is the story? John Fuller, attorney at law.
Those apps are weird, aren't they, John? Isn't there like three things? One, you're waiting or fishing for a ride. Two, you have a ride in there. Or three, you're off the clock.
So it kind of starts and ends with the idea that your private car insurance, like your Farmers and State Farm and whatever, they're not going to cover you when you're engaged in commercial activity, okay? So we have to really draw the line between when does commercial activity start and when does it stop. It starts when you agree to take on a ride and you're either driving to pick up that person or actually engaged in the ride. And then as soon as you drop that person off and you're no longer engaged in a ride, you're just kind of hanging out waiting for the next one, that's when you're back on your own personal time. And so Uber drivers and Lyft drivers are constantly going back and forth between private insurance, Uber insurance, private insurance, Uber insurance. And it makes it incredibly complicated when we have accidents that are kind of tweeners.
How do you tell, John? Is there something like, does the app keep a record of the actual time?
Oh, absolutely, down to the second. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to is what exactly were you doing? Where were you? What was going on? Who was in the car? Where were you going? All these different issues. And it's tricky sometimes, but it normally comes right down to the time and what the status of that app was. So, and there's always these crazy exceptions to these issues. Like, as an example, one day I left the airport in an Uber and for crazy circumstance, I got in the wrong Uber, okay? The guy pulled up and said, John, and I was like, yep, and I hopped in and took off. It turns out he wasn't there to pick me up. And so the guy agreed to just take me to my house and I would pay him cash. But so was I in an Uber ride at that moment? We weren't on the Uber clock anymore. Was I on this private insurance? I don't know
That's
the answer
crazy.
to that question. And that would be the kind of stuff that litigation would have to sort out to really give you the answer for.
Well, we were just in, Suzanne and I, actually two cities we were in the last month, Atlanta and Austin. Both of them, we were in multiple Waymoos. And it's crazy, man. I mean, you're sitting there in the back seat and it's driving. What happens if someone, two things. How do you see this working? Some other car hits the Waymoo. I assume Waymoo's insurance covers me for my injuries, or it say the other driver doesn't have insurance. How does that even work with the driverless vehicle?
Well,
or is everybody suing Waymoo?
The driverless vehicle has to be insured just to be on the streets like any other vehicle.
Sure.
And so if the driverless vehicle causes an accident, then clearly their insurance is going to be implicated. When it comes to an accident caused by somebody else, that's going to be the exact same rules that we have today.
Doesn't matter if it was driverless
guy
or not.
Was responsible. So we're going to look to that person's insurance. If they're uninsured, we would first look to see if there's any uninsured coverage on the Waymoo vehicle, and then if not, we would look to your own policy for that uninsured motorist coverage. That's the important thing that people need to always keep in mind, is that the UM coverage that you buy goes with you when you get into somebody else's car, when you're on vacation, when you're,
That's why
it
it's
goes
so
with you all the
important.
time. It's so incredibly important, and it's the only insurance that you buy, auto insurance that you buy, that actually protects you and your family.
Why do
Everything else
people-
is just
John, saying that, why do people go, oh, I've got $100,000 in coverage and I only have $100,000 in assets, that's all I need? They don't even think of uninsured. Is it just because they're not trained properly? They're not taught properly?
I do think it's a lack of really understanding what's going on, and people are just geared to think, oh, I've got an umbrella, I'm covered and stuff, and they don't really understand that
they wanna
liability
cover-
coverage covers you for damage that you caused to somebody else, but it's not protection for you and your family.
Exactly.
And that's the important thing. Here's my theory about it. We're all getting older and older and older, but we all remember we used to have insurance agents, and we used to have people that we would deal with to buy our insurance, and we would have a conversation with them about what coverage to buy and stuff like that. Today, that mostly doesn't happen. People go online and they're looking for the cheapest quote and every way to cut corners that they possibly can.
Yeah.
And you've got insurance companies like, your Fred Loyas and stuff that just, I have never seen a Fred Loya policy that has MedPay. It's a mandatory coverage. How in the world do they get away with that? But they do, because every single person signs a waiver automatically generated by the computer when they buy Fred Loya.
And that's why they're so dirt cheap, because your coverage sucks.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a matter of education, but it's also a matter of to compete in this environment that we live in today. These companies are forced to put out the absolute lowest price, or they lose just on price alone without any consideration of the differences in coverage.
Tom, on your umbrella, does your carry over? Like, I have a rider on mine that covers over not only the liability, but the you.
Actually, I let Compass handle all that, and I would assume it does. Are you saying that the uninsured motorist, if it's not enough, that your umbrella would step in?
Yeah, so for the
If
example
you have
of
that rider.
Yeah, that's what we have. It would step in for myself or Suzanne.
Right.
Okay, so in actuality, then, it's as if somebody hit you and they had the umbrella.
That's exactly the right way to look at it, Tom. Those extra coverages on your umbrellas are hugely valuable. I have one. I know that Dimitri just got one on his policy. Mark's had it forever and stuff. It's the only way to go to make sure that extra insurance that you're buying is actually providing value for you and your family.
I want to put it very clear, because I think people get lost in this conversation. Someone in Colorado, in 60-70% either have no insurance or the state minimal, which is what, $25,000?
Yep, exactly.
Think about that. They hit you. You can't walk again. You're not dead, but you can't walk again.
Right.
all you get's $25,000 because
But you
they
don't
have
get-
nothing else.
And you don't get the 25 because we've got to pay back the ER
That's
that
right.
you went to. You got to pay back the health
You're getting
insurance.
10
You got to
grand.
pay the attorneys and stuff involved. You
might
know,
not get anything.
You're getting 8 or 10 grand, and that's it. That's it for your entire
where
life.
the UM coverage steps in if you have it. Then if you have an umbrella that goes over that, let's say you have the $500,000, which most people have to carry to have the umbrella, or at least $250,000, $500.
Right.
Then you have a $2 million umbrella, and that umbrella has a rider that extends to UM. Now that $25,000 means nothing because you have access to $2.5 million.
That's right.
And if you're the primary breadwinner or just a well-employed breadwinner for your family,
Yes.
even if you're not well-employed, if you're the guy that's bringing home the paycheck or the gal that's bringing home the paycheck, look, $8,000's not going to do it for you. But having a few $100,000 or a couple $1 million if you suffer catastrophic injuries, that's just the start of figuring out how to adjust your life so that you're not victimized over and over and over again for the rest of your life.
And that's the whole way to look at insurance. Insurance is for you, not for the other party. Even though it's written sometimes as liability for the other party, it keeps them off your back financially. So no matter what, insurance is protecting you. And as Mark put it before, you insure for what you're worth. So you're not,
To a point,
people think they're beating the system. That's right. You're not beating the system by having low insurance, because if they're not satisfied with those limits and you are a very attractive target, they're coming after you. And that's
we
a
got
big
a break,
problem.
but when we come back, I want to recap with you the story of the guy that called up that had he had his house paid off.
Right.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Wait till you hear this story.
Anyway, I want to tell you about Gravina's 303 Gravina. 303 Gravina for windows and siding and doors and everything on the outside of your house. They're great people. 950 West Evans, 303 Gravina.
That's my formula.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Ryan Schuling, Tom Martino, Michael Brown Reloaded, and Dan Kaplis. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW. Now, impact traffic.
Pretty quiet drive throughout the Denver Metro for the 1 o'clock hour. Some good news on the northeast end of town through Commerce City. A crash I-270 westbound at York has been all cleared up. We're still seeing some stop and go pickup just after I-70, hopefully clearing up within the next few minutes or so. I-25 northbound through downtown, starting to see some normal minor congestion spots between 6th Avenue and Colfax with traffic on Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
If you're looking for a loan, let a broker shop for you. U.S. Mortgages. They're in the mortgage business for finding the best terms and conditions. And if you like the terms and conditions, then take the loan. Right now, they have a 5-year fixed rate at 4.99% or even below that. That's 6.04 APR. Now, that'll help you buy that house you want or refi and have time to breathe for 5 years, but you can refi out of it anytime you want. In fact, once you're a customer of U.S. Mortgages, you can refi anytime rates go down. You're the lowest rate for life program. So if they go down by 0.5%, they refinance you free of charge. No lender fees, no appraisals, no limit to the number of times you can use it. Let U.S. Mortgages shop for you. Shopping is good when it comes to loans. 303 low rate. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. 303 low rate.
You still weren't. Yeah, exactly.
I'll be right back.
Because a lot of times once you take something like that on, it's a real bitch getting out of it, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't just say, I'm out.
Yeah.
You got to get permission. So that's why I make sure I got well inspired to jump in the game.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm sure Joe would tell you something similar.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Just how the world works.
Yeah, I was thinking, just because of Addie's situation now, her and her probably soon to be fiance, both attorneys. And what's really funny is they're on either side. He literally works for insurance companies in the state, mostly ones that are for like oil and gas, meaning like, or commercial. I shouldn't even say oil and gas. Like, you know, Allstate's backing somebody and there's a huge accident at work. They hire this guy's firm that he works for, and they come in to represent the insurance company. And then, of course, she's on the other side like you. So it's kind of funny they're both learning that. I was thinking eventually they have their own practice. And I'm talking years and years. I mean, they're in their mid-20s, man. But I was thinking just for constant cash flow, and tell me if I'm crazy, and I know it's churn and burn, but workman's comp and social security disability, I know they don't pay shit, but if you got them lined up, or even Chapter 7 no-asset bankruptcies, you have a couple things like that in a firm as well. So even when other shit's slow, you still got this constant cash flow coming in. I mean, does that, I don't know, does that make sense? Or is that diversifying like that sometimes gets fucked up?
I mean, firms do have that model with multiple specialties under one roof.
Bendinelli's kind of like that.
Yeah, he's to a degree, but I would never do that. I mean, I do what I do, and the strength that I have is that I have two things. I have enough cases built up, and I have a war chest of money.
Yeah.
You know, and there's plenty of attorneys out there. There's way better attorneys than I that are not good business people.
Yes,
so
they have no money.
They have no money. They're great attorneys, but they don't have the ability to finance a case and not be worried about where your next rent check is going to come from or paying your next employees or something, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And many moons ago, I mean, I learned what I needed to have on hand to weather just about any storm. And
that's
know,
like,
it's not a small amount of money, but it's what you have to have.
It's like same with automotive. You know how many texts I had over the time that's like, oh, he gets $300 for a brake job. You know, the pads cost $20. I could do this at my house.
Okay.
Yeah, well, of course, that never works out of any form of long-term for them. Because they just don't get it. I mean, I don't know how to put it. There's a lot of people that are good at what they do, but you're right. The business sense is just not there, period.
Right. No, I have, I've had people over the years that have wanted to, team up and stuff. And it's like, well, what are you bringing to the equation? You're not bringing capital. You're not bringing a source of business that is reliable and predictable. You just want a job, basically.
Yeah.
You want me to keep generating all the cases.
Yeah.
At Done Right Home Improvements, drhi.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. So Mark was talking about, and by the way, we have John Fuller with us, personal injury attorney, and as we do many times when he's on, we get to talk about coverage, insurance coverage, what's important, what's not. So I don't know if this is the case Mark is referring to, but there was a married couple that had their house paid off, and they had assets in the bank, and they had a lot of...
he had about $1 million.
Yeah. And had insurance...
Yep.
Of almost the minimums, maybe a little more.
I think it was $50,000.
Yep.
And he caused, you ready for this, John? He caused over $500,000 in damage.
I think I talked to him.
He thought he was beating the system because he was paying low premiums.
And he got a letter. The reason we got involved, he got a letter from the insurance company. No, he got a letter, I think, from his own insurance company. Does that make sense?
So here's what went down. I spoke to this gentleman, and I don't think I would be
out of place to... This is a lesson for everyone.
No, he called
Go ahead.
us.
Right.
So he got in an accident. He was at fault, and had minimal limits.
Yes.
I think it was actually minimal limits, $25,000.
Yeah.
And for years and years and years, that's what he had, and he always thought that was just pay the least you can, and that's what you do. And in the process, he became wealthy, and he paid off his debts. He owned his stuff free and clear. He had, $1 million or so in assets, and then he caused this accident. So the plaintiff's attorney for the people that he injured we're dealing with the insurance company, and they're like, we only have 25. And in doing his due diligence, they found out that this guy had assets. And they said, well, we're not willing to take the 25 without us knowing what level of assets this guy has. We want to see if he was appropriately insured.
Right.
And so they required, as a condition of even considering the acceptance of the $25,000, that this guy fill out a financial affidavit. And so they sent along a little affidavit asking for all of his information about assets and money and real estate and cars and real estate and everything else.
And that's when he called us. He wanted to know if he had to fill it out.
Shocked at this request and was inclined to just tell him to pound sand that he wasn't going to do that. And of course I didn't represent the guy at all, but I explained to him the circumstance, and he began to understand that he was in a real pickle.
Yeah.
If you don't have enough insurance and you have unencumbered assets, meaning assets that don't have loans on them, you are truly out there in the wind all alone in the event that something happens and you're determined to be at fault for an accident. And so that's why we always harp, yes, it's important to have insurance. It's important to protect your assets. It's equally, if not more so, important to protect yourself with the uninsured motorist side of things. But insurance is protection, and there is an appropriate amount for each person, and it's different depending on your circumstance. But if you don't know why a particular level is important for you, then you probably need to get somebody else to help advise you about what insurance choices you're making and stuff, because it's critically important, and you better be right in the event that something happens.
And for people listening, this isn't coming from an insurance broker. This is coming from an attorney, John Fuller. He's got no skin in the game, with the exception if he's representing you. He wants to be able to get all the damages you deserve from the other party. So education's a big part of that. But that guy is the perfect example, because all that money paying off the house, coming up on retirement, man, he could be taken. He can be taken to task.
He did everything right for umpteen jillion years. I mean, he was not a young man.
Right.
And all of a sudden, in one instant, made a mistake and caused an accident. And all of a sudden, all of that was in play. And I don't know what the end of that story was, but if I had to guess, it would be him writing a check over and above what his insurance coverage was to resolve that matter. And that's just a terrible outcome, but he caused that by not making the right decisions all along when it came to insurance buying.
All right, we got a break, and then we've got a question up here on a driveway.
Yeah, we'll answer that question on the driveway. And then, of course, I also want to tell you about DenverRegen.com. As you know, Mark has used it for weight loss, pennies on the dollar. But I want to reemphasize their stem cell therapy as we enter the new year for shoulders, hips, knees, lower back, necks. They do it all. DenverRegen.com for genuine stem cell therapy.
Now, impact traffic.
Pretty quiet drive throughout the Denver Metro for the 1 o'clock hour. Some good news on the northeast end of town through Commerce City. A crash I-270 westbound at York has been all cleared up. We're still seeing some stop and go pickup just after I-70, hopefully clearing up within the next few minutes or so. I-25 northbound through downtown, starting to see some normal minor congestion spots between 6th Avenue and Colfax with traffic on Mark Swan.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Why haven't you listened to Red Pilled America? I get it. You must have pronouns in your bio. Because if you don't, then you should be listening to Red Pilled America. It's a storytelling show for patriots. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
All right, let's talk about Discount Bath and how you get a price, the best price anywhere on your bath without leaving your home or without them coming to see you. You know what? They can do it by video. Here's what you do. Go to discountbath.com and fill out a couple questions. They give you an upload link that's exclusive to you. Then you can upload video of your project. So take your smartphone, walk into the area you want to redo, the hall room bath, the master bath, a Jack and Jill bath, or the unfinished area in your basement where it's roughed in, and tell them what you want. I want a double vanity here. I want a toilet here. I want a walk-in shower. I want this. I want that. Send them the video. They'll get you a price. Discountbath.com. And they guarantee the lowest prices. That's what's great. Discountbath.com.
It is so important as you get close to retirement. Think about having a guaranteed check, just like your paycheck you're so used to. That will go away. You don't want everything tied up in the stock market or property or other ways. You want at least some guaranteed money every single month in order to pay that mortgage or help the kids out, or for my goodness, just to eat. Guaranteed money. That is what a good annuity is all about. You give up a lump sum for guaranteed money you can never outlive. In other words, you could live to 80 or 110, you're still going to get it. And people also think if you do die, the money disappears. It's simply not true. The value of the account goes to your heirs. This is a real deal. I want you to go to mymoneymyway.com. Call up Joe. Call up Jordan. Talk to them. mymoneymyway.com.
I don't know what she said, what he says, but he immediately starts pulling on her door.
She was shot right in front of one of our daycare centers. Oh, it's a little too early.
And then guns it forward.
The kids could have been there. Oh, wait.
There was an agent in front of her vehicle.
Oh, man.
Shot 3 times. Shot her.
Swish,
Then
swish.
She goes to the side, hits the car, telephone pole.
I love this stupid
So
Microsoft
it can
Surface.
be perceived that she
But
was trying to
I really need my computer
and
glasses.
avoid any kind of conflict, but it also can be perceived
because it's small, you know.
She gunned her vehicle at an ICE agent, at a federal officer.
And there's video of it. So.
Yeah, well, what I love about it's the
can
tablet
be-
with
it
the
can be
keyboard.
perceived
You can
both
pull the
ways,
keyboard right
unfortunately,
off.
because
So when I'm on an airplane, it's my entertainment center, but it's a full-blown Windows.
almost directly in front of the driver. So if she does this turn,
Yeah.
she misses him completely.
Well, the only reason I can't use something like that is when I'm remote, I basically have to have a
in
laptop.
front of the vehicle, it can be perceived by him that he's going to
That
run
he's
me
in,
over.
yeah, that
I'm
he's
in
in
danger.
danger.
I
Yeah.
need to shoot.
There's a threat.
So,
God, what a mess.
yep. But unfortunately, with the leadership that's over there saying, hey, this is all ICE just shooting a woman. Let's not forget, she started this situation perpendicular to the road.
She also started it by being out there
I love these
protesting.
You think
not a
you think
peaceful
Walls
protest,
is
from
going
what
to
I
have to resign in Minnesota?
I think he will be pushed out within
He was perpendicular on the
2
road,
months.
that's for sure.
2 months. I don't know how he won't be.
I don't know.
I
They're
think
gonna
his
have
own
to-
people are going to make him go
They're going to
out
have to.
with midterms coming up.
They're going to have to really. It's going to have to get ugly. Some of the stuff that they find up there. And
Well,
it's
for
got
lucky-
to go. It's got to go to
Come
the highest
on,
level,
man.
and then he's done.
Where the hell could that
If we're
be?
lucky, it'll be just like he wished for, over his dead body.
Trump's sitting there saying, too, in one of his posts, that the ICE officer was struck by the vehicle. And
People think Trump's vindictive. Not even.
Don't believe I saw that.
Maybe he got.
I know I'd be. Trying to fucking kill me, throw me in jail in every state, change state laws to come after me, only for that period of time. That was my favorite in New York. Let's change the law for 6 months.
That dipshit just said he's the commander-in-chief over the state of Minnesota. Well, kind of. Except that you really don't have a
Dang it.
standing army and little things like that, you know.
I'll tell you what, the Dems rather be talking about anything besides fraud right now, though. So the one sad part about this is he gave them, well, I don't mean that literally, the one sad part, but a sad part is he gave them some bullshit talking points. Although I don't even know if they're bullshit. You might have had a nice guy who just fucking killed someone for no reason. I have no idea. I highly doubt it.
I highly suspect that her driving her car into or towards the police officers might have had something to do with her getting capped.
Do you ever watch those Karen videos? I swear to God, they are so addictive on fucking TikTok and shit. I love them. I like where they go up and they're pushing the
Disruptor, Wednesday on Ryan Schuling Live.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. John Fuller's with us. Welcome to the show, everyone. And I guess that caller dropped off. What was that topic they brought up we were going to talk about?
She needed a driveway for a rental home, and I didn't know if she could hold, so we're going to try to hook
on
up with her tomorrow.
referral list. If she types in concrete, go to referrallist.com, type in driveways or concrete or asphalt, and Curtis is one of them that'll come up. He's really good.
And which one? What is the name of his company? Proform?
He just did my driveway, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it's called.
That's what I say
swear to
here.
God, I can't believe it.
We have Proform Concrete. Valerio does it.
You just nailed him.
And then we have, okay, good. And then LEM Landscaping, Bob does some of that too in relation to landscaping. But, concrete is getting harder and harder and harder to find good concrete work.
Same with asphalt, man. Asphalt's really tough. We, on referrallist.com, we need a good asphalt guy.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, 303-713-8255. Let me go back to the thing here. Hold on. I have a text here. The one we talked about with the app, the Lyft, how did we end that up? The guy wants to know if he was off the app, his own insurance will cover the consumer wants to know, then this particular individual that hit him, even though it was an Uber car, it was not on the clock, he would process it like any insurance against the guy's private insurance, right?
Yes. If the guy was off the clock, he's just a regular insurance guy. His personal insurance is going to cover his liability for that accident.
Okay, now somebody wants to know I'm summing this up. This is not what they're asking, but this is what they're asking. They had a very minor accident, but they have what they feel are really major problems with their neck and back. And the adjuster or whoever it is on the other side seems to be suggesting that it was such a minor accident, under $2,000 in damage to the car, they couldn't possibly have that much wrong with them. And again, I'm paraphrasing. Have you ever had that happen, John, where the physical damages to the cars were not much, but the damages to themselves were?
Only about 1 million times.
Oh, really? So it does happen. It's not unusual. If you need help, call John Fuller, because you're saying the damage to the car is not indicative of the damages to your body.
Absolutely true.
All right. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. Always free initial consultations and a percentage fee basis. Remember, folks, 303-MARTINO. Save all your problems for us. All right, guys. Thank you very much, man.
Tom Martino. See ya. Tom Martino.
And stay